everybody here. Brady from BGWX. We are back live here on Christmas night, and we're going to break down the upcoming snowstorm that is coming to the Northeast here. Pretty impactful system that, you know, we can call it the Boxing Night snowstorm here. Technically, usually Boxing Day. Nobody really refers to it as a Boxing Night, but we are going to get a pretty good system here, and I think there are some really interesting factors to this storm we're going to discuss here. So we'll let the beat ride out here. We'll get people to tune in here, and we'll get started here in a second here. Hopefully you all had a Merry Christmas for those that celebrated, and we will happy Kwanzaa tomorrow, I think. I could be wrong. I'm not a Kwanzaa expert, sorry. Yeah, happy Hanukkah to those that celebrated as well. So without further ado here, let's though open up some chat and let's get cooking here. Let me fix that. Am I buying the NAM? No, I don't plan on buying the NAM model. I don't have enough money. We'll discuss it. Duran. Michael Phillips, welcome. How are we doing? Let me just source the link to X here. I'm gonna be honest. I thought about today putting something on X saying I'll be back eventually. And time passed and went. We just did not get there. And not sure we will. I'm just not inspired at all. I think to go back onto this platform. So at least not in the meantime. We'll see though. Alright, we'll pin that. Let's open up. Rich, Hidden Mega, how we doing? Merry Christmas to you as well. What did you all get for Christmas? Y'all can let me know. May not have been a lot. Maybe it was only one really good gift or something. Or maybe you got a... The music will turn down. Don't worry. This is just the beginning. Music is loud on purpose in the beginning, so... Because I'm not really saying much yet. That's why the music is kind of loud in the beginning. The gaming, welcome as well. I think I said hello to Brahmani as well. Okay, we'll set in background music now. Got some muck boots from wow. Okay. Got a nice snowstorm for Christmas. Should arrive tomorrow. Yes. Get that Amazon Prime next day shipping. Keep the PC here. I'm in Western Long Island. I heard we're getting a lot of. I think Western Long Island is in a pretty good space here. Maybe not the best of the best, but I think Long Island is in a pretty good spot here. Um, and guys, I've been looking at odds today. We're going to go into it. We can kind of slowly ease our way into it here. Um, odds looking pretty impressive, um, especially for some of the northern solutions that you're starting to see on models. We kind of hinted it over the last couple days, guys, right? What we've been talking about. The warm air advection expansion, it tends to shift to the northern edge. So what happens is we've been calling this out for days now. So this I know seeing the shift in the models and stuff is it's interesting, it's fun, it creates um, stuff to talk about. But reality is this is not out of the expectation here. Models are not all similar. Yeah. Color me shocked. Models are all over the place. But it allows you to I really like when models have a bit of a spread, to be honest. Because in reality it's never going to be an exact convergence of a solution. It's always going to be a little tricky. So you always got to take the NAM with a grain of salt as well on some of the specifics. But one thing I will say is, though, models like the NAM and the RGM tend to be a little bit closer on the reality of the sleet and ice line in these warm air advection. Now, what was I talking about when I was saying that? So this was 18Z 1225, and boy, did we get cold fast. I mean, we got freaking cold. I'm in the teens now, guys. Here, I'm in the teens here in Mass. I mean, we got freaking cold, and we're gonna keep getting cold. So what happens here? A lot of times in these events, is the warm air advection push. It tends to go to the northern edge. And here's another thing I'm saying. A lot of these P-type maps are deceiving right now. A lot of them are deceiving, and they are not accurately depicting, the perfect, the ideal outcome. Boston out of this is relative, I guess, depending on how you view it. To get snow, no. Boston is going to get some accumulating snow out of this, for sure. To get the most snow, it's going to be pretty hard to do that. We've discussed that from the beginning. We're kind of going to break down here. But so things are looking a little bit more interesting for a lot of more places in Massachusetts, I will say, with this system. Northeast Connecticut, Rhode Island. Things are looking a little bit more interesting, and it's not just based on the model guidance. That doesn't hurt, but it's observations as well. I was doing it. We're kind of tracking out, projecting out radar. You can kind of, if you're really good at angles, if you're really good at geometry, and you have a keen eye, you can kind of pinpoint some of the tea leaves potentially. It's a little fickle when you do that, but the general idea is that you can at least get a pretty good general idea, plus or minus maybe 10 to 15-ish miles, which is pretty good. In my opinion. Maybe 20 miles, 10 to 20 miles roughly. You can get a good idea of, and that's going to make a difference. But what I'm talking about here, we'll talk about New York City. We'll answer all your guys' questions as well. We'll put out, storm hits tomorrow night, pretty much. So we'll put out our final snow map tomorrow morning or lunchtime-ish, probably around there. Somewhere around there, we'll put, storm arrives in the evening, nighttime. Really, the brunt of it, though, is more overnight, to be honest, though. So, but we'll put out our final map then, and we'll bring up my threat map that I posted as well late last night. We actually made it on stream, so you can find it there. You can find it under my posts as well, I do believe. There we go. Okay. I've watched this before, by the way, too. This was really freaking good. I enjoyed it. So if you're a New England guy, you don't even have to be a New England person. But if you're a New England Gallagher, Galler guy, and you enjoy some of that stuff. This was really well done, pretty cool in some of the meteorology as well. So, um, Blizzard of '78. I did not post a final. I was just, no, I just said hidden mega that tomorrow. Um, we're gonna put tomorrow morning or lunchtime ish, somewhere around there. We're gonna put out a final map, and I already have a pretty decent idea. Um, I don't know if I'm gonna have the time tonight. See, will this open up pretty well? I think it should. Zoom in. That's my overall idea, and I still, and you know what? Some can look at it and go, "Oh, really?" Yes, that's what I think. I really do think. And honestly, the gradient may not even be this sharp. It may end up being a little. Looks like the axis might be even a little less vertical than I was initially thinking. So, but why have I been preaching this idea that areas on the north side need to watch for out for this? Why? Because anytime with warm air advection events, and also models are a bit deceiving. No, don't worry about that, Mega. You're asking a question. My job is to help provide insight and clarity. So I don't, I don't mind answering. Even though I just said it, I don't mind answering again. What tends to happen with warm air advection against guys? Again, we've been seeing this from the dawn of time. Is they tend to go to the northern edge. The best dynamics tend to go to the northern edge, wherever that is. Right, wherever the core of that low-level jet is, talked about it, usually about 30-ish to 100 miles off the core of that nose of the low-level jet here. And so we'll get upper air, we'll get 925. So there's kind of your core of your low-level jet here. Go about 30 to 100 miles if you're looking at it. And that would be about where? About here to here. If we were looking at this run verbatim, is where I would go for the heaviest snowfall totals to be. Just based on this. If we were looking at models verbatim. So you can kind of get a general idea based on what you're looking at. And that's not even, it's about, I took an in-between probably. It's probably about 60-ish miles if I had to guess, maybe. Somewhere around there. Barry, how we doing, my man? Good to see you. Starting to feel interesting for Berkshires. I think Berkshires are in a great spot here. I think Berkshires are in a great spot. I think Southern Vermont's in a great spot. I think a lot of Mass is actually in a great spot. I think the biggest question is more so Eastern Mass, and maybe Northern and Northeastern Mass as well. I think that's where more of the questions. But I think a lot of Mass is actually in a pretty good spot to see. I don't know if they'll put them. I'm sure they won't. But warning level snow technically. Kevin, how we doing? Merry Christmas. So and we talk about this, and we'll show you when you look at 700 millibars and some of this stuff. You guys will start to understand what I'm talking about. So when we get this, okay, 700 millibars. If you guys know how to read it, this is why things look a lot more interesting for some of these areas. And it's also why I'm a little more concerned about some of these areas into here for mixing. Almost New York City. I've been looking at it based on OBS and what I've been looking at today. And it's a little bit of an eye test thing, but it's just, listen, it's my analysis. So it's not always going to be perfect, but it's just how I do it. It could be a very close call for New York City. It could be a very close, for areas in and around the city especially. A very tight gradient this could be. Now, I still think I'm going to go with my initial call that dynamic cooling basically around Trenton northward, I think is still going to play a part here. I think it's still, maybe this is a bit sharper up, but I think is still going to play a part here. You get a nice 1 to 3, 2 to 4 inches still, and you still get a thump. You get a nice front end thump, and you're never going to deny those places a 1 to 3, 2 to 4ish. You're never going to deny in those places. I know my people down there. They don't deny those opportunities. New York City southward doesn't, even coastal places here, they don't deny those opportunities. So, right, it's a take what you get. New York City, man, the difference between New York City getting, let's say, 2 to 4 and like 5 to 9 is very, very real right here. It's very real. It's very real. It's a very close call. And why is that? What am I talking about here? If we're looking at 700 millibars, this whole area here, I'm looking at to absolutely dump snow if I'm looking at 700 millibars. You always look on the north side of the 700 millibar banding. You always look on the north side every time. And I would probably look at, maybe it's even slightly tighter. Probably about here. I'll say sharp cutoff. We'll go right in here. And you look about right here. You look along the 700 millibar, probably get waves of banding going up to this, and you get a notable frontogenesis band. You look at 700 millibar frontogenesis, 700 millibar vort, and this is where your heaviest snowfall rates will be. This is where your deformation band takes place. And I know looking that far north looks crazy to some people, but here's the reality. It's about what happens in reality, in the end result. That's what we look at. And that's what we look at. And that's why I've been saying Southern Vermont, Capital District, Berkshires, Connecticut, even into some places in Worcester County, I think as well. We'll see how far north and east. This line could be very fickle. Could be, I'm telling you, 10 to 20 miles in this highly densely populated area will make a huge, huge difference. So this is why I'm not really ready to go bonkers at all for Boston right now. I'm just not. I think accumulating snow, yes. That are getting close to the heavy axis of snow, I just don't know. I don't lean there right now. But basically from New York City to Worcester County right now, I'm looking at for plowable snowfall at least. And this I think the axis shifts a little bit down too. So I'm looking into some places into southeastern Mass. The difference between Buzzards Bay and South Shore could be notable here. Buzzards Bay could end up being like 3 to 6, 4 to 8, and South Shore could just be like 1 to 3. There's gonna be a difference here. There's gonna be a sharp gradient. So what happens is, in these warm area advection events, they tend to go and lean to the north side. They tend to push pretty far north, lean to the north side of what happens on that northern fringe of the heaviest axis of snowfall. Sometimes even push it a lot of times on what models show. And then the cutoff, though, on the other edge, since we're confining an area at 700, it gets sharp. It gets very sharp. So you don't get an expansive precip shield here, and everything confines then, and you get this confinement here of the baroclinic zone here. And man, do you rip snow. You rip snow. 1 to 3 inches per hour. Those are the kind of snowfall rates we're going to be talking with the cold air we have in place. There's going to be plenty of lift, guys. Look at 700 here. You can look at any model right now. Any model. 700 millibars absolutely ripping. But what you're going to do here is initially look what happens. All these places here. All these places here. Rip. That's ripping snow right now in a lot of these places, if not about to be. McLovin, how we doing? Tom's Mom Channel, how we doing? Brooklyn. And this is where it gets tricky. I worry if so much of the best dynamics are going to be right here, let's say. So this is why I think Connecticut is in probably one of the best spots right now. Connecticut, Hudson Valley, upstate New York, central New York, southern Vermont, southern Mass. Nobody really calls it southern Mass, but again. And then after, you still get snow. So it's not like the initial cutoff. Here's how it's going to work here. The cutoff for snow will not be sharp. The cutoff for significant snow will be, though. And then after, here's what's interesting. Look what happens at 700, and then it just decays, guys. And you see how it almost pivots out. You see that? It kind of just decays at that point. More dynamics moving through. Look at that. So this is why I still think some places back even into here are going to be looking at some accumulating snowfall into Saturday morning here. You're still going to get some snow. These dynamics have to move through, and look at the saturation. This is on every model. This isn't a Euro prop up or anything like that. Extremely well saturated. So I'm curious about this. I think there could be still some. Your ratios are going to be pretty solid, and you'll just kind of rot out. And whoever gets the best of both worlds, probably whoever is on the fringe of the heaviest banding here, wherever that is, and then also is able to kind of rot out on the back edge. That's where the most snow will be. So we can look at you can get blue in the face until all you want looking at these guys. You can look at all these 10-to-1 maps all you want, but none of these 10-to-1 maps line up with what we just saw. These 10-to-1 maps, they do kind of, if you have an idea what you're looking at. And they just don't line up. They just don't. And that's the reality, is you have to actually forecast. Now, the gradient will be very sharp. It will be for some of this heaviest snowfall, the moderate to heavier snowfall. But it will not be exactly where you kind of see on some of these areas. And so this is why and then that's 10-to-1. Look at the ratios we have, though. There's the Kachera. Now, this won't be perfect, but it lets you know that we could be talking 20-to-1 ratios to some of these places. Like, we're legitimately, these interior places, guys, are going to be 15 to 20-to-1 ratios. It's going to be high. These are going to be high ratios. You guys know I take pride in this stuff. We have forecasted the ratios well, very, very well, many, many times. Even when we missed one part of the last December 14th system, I think it was, a couple weeks ago, 13th. Yeah, wasn't perfect in these areas. But then again, a lot of people, too, were still saying a lot of coding to 1. It was like a coding to 1, and we had a wide spread, like 2 to 3 inches in a lot of these areas here. Or 1 to 3 inches, and it was like a lot of coding to 1. So compared to others. So, we try to account for some of these things. Weather Pro EAS 15. Welcome very much. Glad to see you're a new subscriber. I'm glad you enjoy the analysis. Let me know what we can do to make you feel at home here. But we do our best. We break this stuff down. Kind of unique. We go very in depth, and I don't apologize about it. But I do my best. If you have questions, guys, about any of this stuff, You just gotta ask, and I'll answer that. As long as you hit the like button. No, I'm just kidding. But if you do hit the like, it's very much appreciated. Yes, Rich, you stole my line. Yes, everyone hit the like. And if you want to share the stream, you can. Feel free to. But we also now have channel memberships, and we do have super chats if you want to really. And that's my dog in the background, my just turned 1 year old golden retriever. So if you do hear anything in the background, it's probably him. But here's kind of what I've been looking at. I'll show you. So I still like this idea. McLovin, you may not be wrong. You may not be wrong. And we talk about this, the NAM model. The NAM model, though, it might be right for some of the wrong reasons. Some of these models, and you got to know what you're looking at. So this is what a lot of people are up in arms about right now. Is this model right here? And I think there's some merit to it, but for the wrong reasons necessarily. And I'm not sure the cutoff, and I think there will be more. But it does kind of show you. This is, I don't disagree with this too much. This is where you get accumulating snow. I just don't agree with the totals. This is where your heaviest axis of snow will be. Maybe it's plus or minus 10 to 20 miles. Okay, you got to give, it can't be perfect. Okay, plus or minus 10 to 20 miles probably from right around here. This actually isn't a terrible idea. But I also think these areas here, I think this is all like 3 to 6. At least 2 to 4. How's central New Jersey looking? Where in central Jersey, Alex? Watch the track shift south in the morning so that New York, New Jersey border is in the jackpot. Well, I don't think you have to worry about that. You are pretty close to the jackpot. Like, we're talking, like, these places here are in a great spot. I don't know what you're talking about necessarily. What do you think? No, maybe you mean like the northern edge here, like some of these. The problem is, though, the reason this looks more here is because the better ratios are here, guys. This is where you're colder, you're in the teens, you're going to be in the 20s here, closer to the coast. So that's why you don't see some of the same ratios that you do on some of these. So some people freaking about the NAM. I told you, until I see reason to pull off, I think New York City at a minimum gets a solid front end thump here. And I honestly think some areas could start to snow all the way back into here. And then maybe it's right around here is where you look at 1 to 3, 2 to 4 inches. And then right around when you get to the city, that's where you stay. It's damage done at that point. New York City, I'm leaning a little bit more towards that. You're gonna Merry Christmas, Joe Weather. I'm feeling pretty confident about Long Island. And again, maybe it's after the damage is done at that point, after you've gotten your pretty heavy snow. But to be honest, this is where the best ratios will be into the interior. Harder to see over. Switch to yellow. This is where your best ratios are, guys. Up into these places here. Interior, southern New England, Hudson Valley, Catskills, eastern New York, southern Vermont, even into some places in New Hampshire. These events here, guys, some of these places up into here, they do sneaky well in these events here. And then it's probably not this expansive. Actually, yes, it might be. Maybe it's just a little bit less, though. But you can see how sharp the cutoff here. Look at the difference here. From no snow to just a couple inches. It's sharp. So it's going to be a sharp cutoff. So I don't totally agree, though, with everything this NAM is showing here. But totals-wise, it could be onto something. What do you think about the expansion of the winter storm warnings? I honestly don't know what the warnings and advisories are. Guys, I'm not lying when I'm saying I'm so tapped out of Twitter, and I know you don't need to go to Twitter, but I don't usually look at a lot of the NWS stuff as well, to be honest. It kind of helps forecast for myself. And I honestly don't agree with a lot of the products that they put out for like every storm. Um, so instead of just looking at them and, I just doing my own thing here. That's really it. And again, my outside perspective though is looking at research, past setups, past papers of similar setups. Like I've said every time, technology is amazing now for how quickly we can reference a lot of stuff. And so I try to use that to my advantage, and and look at how things are progressing. So we can look at odds here, and we can show you what's going on here, and we'll show you. And I'll explain why I'm confident and how this might play out, and why the Euro AI again would be just another reminder of its superiority to pretty much all guidance at the moment. In terms of consistency, doesn't mean it's a perfect model. Doesn't mean every setup it's going to do unbelievable. So people get that twisted as well. No pun intended to my moderator, which will show up blazing with a fun troll comment, I'm sure, at some point here. But he's probably not too happy. He's not going to get a lot of snow. So we go to global. Okay. I'm near New Brunswick, New Jersey. If I saw thunder snow here, I'd go crazy. Where's New Brunswick again? I don't do this, so don't ask me for your hometowns, but if I don't remember sometimes. Not the province. Oh, by Edison? Yeah. I don't love your spot. I don't love your spot. I think, but I don't hate it. I really like just the Northeast more. I think you got to get a little bit. It might be more Staten Island than New Brunswick. I literally, you don't guys understand how tight the gradient will be on the south side. It will be very tight. Brooklyn, I think, is in a very good spot. New Brunswick, I think, is in a sketchy spot. That's how tight the gradient is. It's very much. Bronx in a fantastic spot, I think. I think Bronx, I would be shocked if the Bronx saw less than 3 to 6 inches. I would be shocked. I think Long Island is in a fantastic spot. Fantastic. I think I'd be forecasting pretty much 4 to 8 plus for almost all of Long Island at this point. Nassau and Suffolk. Northern New Jersey, same thing. Someone in Northern New Jersey could see 8 plus, but I'll lean like 4 to 8 there, 4 to 8 plus as well for Northern New Jersey. I think they're in a fantastic, great spot. But we'll again, you got to remember where the best ratios are with this system as well. So that doesn't mean you don't get several hours of heavy snow. Sussex, yes, we discussed. Let me refresh all my counties. Tri-state area counties, just because I know we got our people in here. Sussex is just to the west of New York City, right? If I remember correctly. Oh, no, well, it's in the northwest. Yeah, Sussex County, great spot. Great spot for this event. I would be shocked if it was I'd honestly lean more, especially if you're on the northern edge of the county. I would lean like 5 to 10 plus on the northern edge. And it could be honestly, there could be some 12 pluses here, like High Point, could be 12 plus. My hot take is I think locally there's going to be some 12 to 18 inch totals here. I know. 2 systems in a row with 12 to 18 inch local totals. Yes, I do think so. This is just one of those events that can overperform for those that get it. And you're kind of seeing it though. You're seeing models hinting it though, so it's not really like it wouldn't be a shocker. But you know, I think some of those interior places will just do really well. Fairfield, New Haven, Litchfield counties, all gonna. I would be surprised. All gonna be 5 to 10 plus. I think. I would forecast 6 to 12. Is what I would do. 6 to 12 plus. All those counties. Putnam, Westchester, same thing. Maybe Southern Westchester, a little less of a ceiling. Same with Bergen counties. Rockland in a good spot. Orange, good spot. Dutchess is in a good spot as well. But the difference between Middlesex County and like Northeast Staten Island could be notable. So keep that in mind. It's going to be a very tight gradient, guys. So you got to keep that in mind with this system, especially when fork. I think most level-headed people, Northeast Bergen County is in a pretty good spot. Northeast Bergen County is in a pretty good spot. I would say 5 to 10. I would say 5 to 10 is where I would lean for Bergen County right now, and we're gonna discuss into ops why I think that. You think East Hampton, Mass could get over a foot? Interesting. Ciara, I think Ciara, you asked about Northeast New Jersey and East Hampton, Mass. Two places not close to each other, but yeah, I think East Hampton. I don't know. Could, yes. Will, I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you will, but could, yes. I think I would say like 6 to 12 plus for East Hampton. Is where I would lean right now. What do you think about Northeast New Jersey? Again, we just talked about it. I'd be shocked if a lot of any of these northeastern counties here. Someone's got to tell me how to pronounce this county. I've seen it so many times before. Is it Passaic? Yeah, I could not pronounce it. This something more native, and I could not pronounce it. But Bergen, we got Hudson, Essex. I might almost split in half. No. But all these places here, to Morris County as well. Staten Island's a little bit more complicated, but we're kind of go with that. All of these places here, I would lean 4 to 8 plus. Staten Island a little bit trickier. We'll go a middle ground. We'll stay like 3 to 6 plus Staten Island. And then this is tricky. No, we'll lean like a 2 to 4, 1 to 3. A little bit further south, but the gradient in reality will be tighter. So just keep in mind, this place could see 5 to 6 inches of snow, but could also see 1 to 2 inches of snow. This place could see 9 inches of snow, could also see 3 inches of snow. You got to keep that in mind with this system. Passaic. Thank you, Lord Ethan. Did I get that right? Passaic. Thoughts on Harford County, Connecticut? Great spot to be in. I would say 6 to 12 plus in Harford County. Framingham, 1 to 2 inches? Absolutely. Maybe more. Some areas into Massachusetts are going to probably be really surprised by some of the totals if I had to guess. Now, if I'm underestimating the press of the cold air and the sharpness and the dryness, then yeah, I will. I will not look fantastic on my idea, and that's possible. Yeah, I have to admit that as a forecaster, certainly possible. But everything I know about these events, this is where I lean. Poughkeepsie, New York, I think also in a great spot. I would say 6 to 12 plus. We'll go to low-level water vapor. But let me remind you. the heaviest banding, guys, it tends to push to the furthest edge of the north in these setups. It just does. It just does. It tends to press its limits here. So even all these places up to here, I'm looking at right now, and just all these places in here that aren't expecting very much right now, you got to keep your eye on guard for going way more than you think. I don't know what others people's thoughts are, and I don't care, to be honest. I don't really all care that much. But you got to realize how well saturated we're going to be with this event as well. But it's sharp then on the other side. It's sharp. Essex County, Jersey, I think is a pretty good spot. I would lean again, the southwestern part of the county versus I would want to be in the northeastern part of the county. But just for safety purposes. Remember what I said a couple days ago, guys. I think Long Island is a safer bet for more snow than New York City. And I've said this the whole time. New York City, however, in the metro, can see just as much, if not more, than somewhere in Long Island, which is strange to hear, but I think it's true. Safer bet for more snow could see just as much, if not more, in some places in Long Island. It's a little weird conceptually to understand, but we talked about it. You can kind of understand what I'm saying. What totals for Mansfield, Connecticut? I want to say 6 or 12, Kevin. I want to. Because really, I think your range is like 3 to 12. It's like 3 to 15. I don't think the range of what could be on the northern fringe and the southern fringe, man, is going to be tricky. And if I nail it, I'm going to look like a genius. If I don't, there's going to be some Massachusetts people unhappy. Some Connecticut ones, maybe too, Rhode Island, but we do our best. We highlight the scenarios at the end of the day. Apple Weather app is actual trash. Never realized how bad it was. Well, you got to remember those. Those are not actual forecasts. They're just they're combinations of model runs with really no even artificial intelligence element into them. Even no even AI minded into them. They're just it's just an algorithm. Is all it is. Put together in those apps. They're not good. I do think Southbridge is in a good spot. I really do. I think Southbridge is in a good spot. I think Southbridge will see plowable snow. I'm pretty confident. What's the max potential in the lower Hudson Valley? This part, lower Hudson Valley, or like true lower Hudson Valley here, like Putnam. Rockland, like if we're talking like this makes a difference. Up into these places here in the Hudson Valley, your max potential 12 to 18 inches. 12 to 18 inches. That's your max. I think that's your max potential. Late to the party. Any shot of snow in southern New Hampshire, Bobby? Yes. Tomorrow. Look around morning and lunchtime. Shout out Weather Pro EAS. Loving the stream. Keep up the good work. Well, you can throw a W in the chat for him if you want to. Shout out my man. I'm glad you're enjoying it, and Let me know what we can do here to help new subscriber feel at home here. Suffern, New York, Rockland County. So I don't know where Suffern is, but I do know Rockland. I think Rockland County is in a great spot. I would say 6 to 12 in Rockland County. And maybe more, especially into the northern part. Any of those higher elevations won't hurt for ratios as well, but will not define also your totals. Yeah, the game. Big W's in the chat for Weather Pro. Total for Bergen County. Again, Bergen County, I would say like 5 to 10 in Bergen County. 5 to 10 plus Bergen County is what I would kind of lean right now. It's a little wide, but you know, it accounts for some of the lower end and higher end potential. But we do need to do a little bit of analysis too. So keep throwing those questions in. I'll keep answering them the best I can. I don't love that sector either. But yeah, obviously I will. Obviously, I'll answer your questions if it's super chatted. So, well, let's see. Let me read a few more questions here. Make sure I don't miss it. Weather Channel app is. Sorry, Rich, but in the end, whoever is just north of the sleet line will get rocked, and that's true, Joe Weather. It's true. And again, my final map. So I released this late last night. If you were on the stream last night, you guys know that we made this. It was freaking late. it was late, but we did make it. We ran into some troubles initially with Photoshop, but we got to it. So yeah, I do think southern New Hampshire, you can see some accumulating snow. This axis may be a little bit different based on what I'm seeing today. Might be. And this may end up getting pulled a little bit more. This might end up getting pulled closer to Staten Island. Hey, you gotta give me credit a little bit. It was like 2.5 days out, doing my best. Was it even more? It was something. I don't know. You know, it's a couple days out, so that's why when you see those snowfall maps. And it's just why I despise Twitter at times before storms, because I see like snowfall maps get put out like 4 days before the storm, and they're just blindly following models. Whether they want to admit it or not, they'll say stuff with analysis. And it's just like, I get it. Some people are young and learning, and it's good. And it allows them to continue to improve. But for me, I just can't stand looking at those stuff when it's blatantly just model spewed. And maybe 1 out of every like 4 may end up being right. 1 out of every 5 may end up being right, just for the wrong reasons. So I can't stand going on to X or Twitter before some of these events and looking at that. It's hard. It's hard for me to just look at that. And I'm not gonna say anything either, because it's their map, it's their stuff. I can't go around everybody's map being like, oh man, that stinks. Even though I have more merit than a bunch of the trolls like I do out there, and say, oh man, I don't know, that's terrible. What are you doing? Well, then go put out your map. And if you don't think that's right, then. But I digress. Central Staten Island. We talked about Staten Island, guys. It's a really close call. So we talked about this was my my threat map here, and then we'll put a final call out tomorrow. It comes in around tomorrow evening, tomorrow nightish. So we'll put out, you know, morning, lunchtime. We'll put out a final map. You know, before the event gets going. And my Christmas was fantastic. Thank you, Joe Weather, for asking. I had a white Christmas. We had about 3/4 of an inch to an inch, to about 3/4 of an inch to just under 1.5 inches in some spots on the ground as well. So from the previous system, so it worked out pretty well. We only melted about 1 inch from yesterday, so That was fantastic. We really didn't melt almost at all because it basically kind of froze pretty well overnight. So pretty much what we got in the ground is going to stay. And then we're going to add on to this, tomorrow night. So overall, in terms of you combine the weather aspect into it too, not just my actual Christmas was pretty good. What can Nassau County see in Long Island? I would say 5 to 10 on Long Island. Pretty much all of Long Island. Westchester County, 6 to. I'm pretty sure most of Westchester County, southern edge towards Yonkers could be a little bit less maybe, but I would say 6 to 12 in Westchester. I think as a floor, 3 to 6 though, in those southern Hudson Valley places, like well southern, like these places here into Rockland, Westchester. Floor of like 3 to 6. I was here, but sleeping well. Yes, last night. Do we need to worry about subsidence in this event? A little bit. Yep. So in between, there will probably be a little bit, but it'll probably be more like waves in between. So let's say if we do see it, let's say we get to the real northern fringe of this, and we get like this big band that gets out to here. Let's just say, for example, it'll probably be a little bit bigger than that. It'll probably be like that. Now, you will still get waves of snow into here across all of these areas. Say we'll go like this. I don't know. Let's just say it goes like that. Because you guys gotta understand how these setups work. There's going to be a banded area with the most snow. And then all these areas here get plenty of heavy snow, but they do not get the highest totals. All these areas here, they get plenty of heavy snow. They just don't get the highest totals. And then we're talking about front end of thump initial stuff. Here, you get a good thump, and then you switch over. And maybe you finish as some snow. The best dynamics are consolidating to here. So all of these areas here, it's not as widespread. That's why I don't like some of those snowfall maps. All of these areas here do not get 6 to 12. They do not get, that 8 to 14, that 9 to 15 area. There will probably be a good swath of 9 to 15 inches somewhere. And it won't be massive. It will be, confined to an area. It won't be this whole area here gets it. It's not how it works. And so some subsidence happens. And then on the northern side, yes, it will happen. And then on the southern side, anywhere that's subsidence here, it's probably going to flip to some sleet, guys. That's just the reality. But that also, you're not snowing that much. Here's another thing. If you do switch to sleet, and these totals, my snowfall map totals will account for it, do not stop measuring. Your seasonal total is snow and sleet. Now you can if you want to. It's totally up to you. But if you were looking for like an official measurement, sleet counts into your measurement. Make sure if you want, your official total, measure sleet as well. So when you clear your board, for example, you clear your snowboard after 6 to 8 hours, and whenever you do it, make sure you account for sleet then as well, because it does count. So keep that in mind. Many don't measure the sleet. Many don't. They kind of stop after the snow stops. So keep that in mind. And then other places, there'll be freezing rain concerns. Probably ½ inch, quarter inch to a ½ inch. There'll be some pockets of freezing rain. But we have such prolific cold air at the low levels here. I think we'll be able to be more sleet. I could be wrong though. I've honestly been more focused on the snow aspect, I'm not gonna lie. Did the stuff from overnight precipitate at all for you, or was it all Virga? Some like flurries, some light flurries into the morning. Like we said, we weren't looking at any really much accumulating snow, maybe a little bit across central and northern New England, but we were just looking at some flakes across these areas. I'm not sure about other people, but you know, just some spit flurries. That was about it. You think ratios will be sitting at 15 to 1 generally? We talked about this. I think into the into the interior. Just get off the coast a little bit. I think all these places here are going to be 15 to 20 to 1. I think 15 to 20 to 1. There could be a little bit of a coastal front too. I would keep an eye on this, especially towards the Saturday morning. And we have these dynamics flowing from the northwest. Remember what we did with this we did similarly just a few nights ago, just a couple nights ago when we did that. And we got that nice, I mean, I had near inch per hour rates here. We had that heavy banding here. So keep an eye on that after. The heaviest snow will be done, but keep an eye on it because look what we got going on here. It's there's some stuff that are interesting me for this on the northeast side of things with this system. And again, it's not just because I live there necessarily. It's just looking at the forecast for what it is. It's not just me too, really. It's even some places in the eastern Mass I'd be looking at. Notice what happens here. That all that 700 energy still has to come through. And it's intensifying some too. All of this has to come through. We have a little bit of a coastal front to allow a little bit of enhancement here, let's say. We're not going to mix here, so that's the good news. But maybe temperatures along the coast are a little bit higher, not necessarily so higher, but they're a little bit more than the interior, as we expected and talked about. And that allows a little bit of enhancement into these places here. So we'll keep an eye on that. We'll have to take some good soundings later tonight, tomorrow. And we really need to get the satellite at some point. I've been putting it off for so long. I think I answered your subsidence question. Weather Pro EAS 15. Just rewind it. I was just talking about subsidence. So I did an in-depth answer. So you might have clicked off for a second, but I was talking about it. Okay. You're not going to see any major changes here, so let me remind you of that before we check out here. Not too different. See, height lines are a little bit higher, so we'll see, but yep, a little bit higher the height lines were, so you get a little bit more expansive. And I still think the Euro AI might be slightly low in the get, and this is something where I'm not sure how well it will do on the exact QPF or the exact snow totals. QPF it might be close on, but so it gives you a general idea, and this is what we were just talking about. See on the backside, still more to come through, and it just rots out until the dynamics are passed, or the saturation really gives out. But you can kind of get a gist there. You're not going to get any major changes on the AI guidance right now. You're just not. But if you can't, let's see what the QPF. Get an idea on QPF here. Let's see, compared to last. A little more? It's about the same. It's really just sharpening up that northern edge. You notice how the bulk of the precip didn't actually shift south at all. So, again, you're looking at a 10-to-1 map, though, so you got to be careful what you're looking at. So it's very, very similar. Like we were talking about, we weren't going to expect any notable changes. Yep, the euro is out. We can look at that as well. And then we can look at what's actually happening. Here's another thing about 500 millibars, guys, too. They leave clues, and actually, I think this is going to be a little bit more north, and it's going to be a little bit more enhanced. Just looking at 5. I can't tell you what the P-type map, but 500 millibars leaves clues, guys. When I'm looking at this, this whole area here, I'd be looking at for the heaviest snow. That's where I would be looking at 500. That's what 500 millibars tells. And then what you also have here, you got a pretty good jet streak moving through as well. So you combine that with 700 then. See how that compares to 18Z. It's maybe a little bit more consolidated. And then you look at 250. Out ahead, take a look. Look at the jet streak we have going here. You see the upper level lift, how strong the winds here we have going here. There's your jet core. Typically, you slide right into here. Just on the other side of the jet core. Because remember, this storm is moving here to here, not here to here. So a lot of these places here now I'm not sure that far north, but it's a little bit more limited up there, but you get the general ideas. And then the P-type map will not be out yet, of course, because it physically can't be, but we can get the 850 map. I guess we can't get that either. But you get an idea. If you really know what you're looking at on guidance, it can leave more clues than what you think. But look at your initial burst there. You still get this. All these areas here, heavy snow. Heavy dumpage of snow. Heavy snow still. New York City, Southern Hudson Valley, all those places. North Jersey, Long Island, heavy snow. And then, man, right on the other side of that band is just, it's just got to be thumping. And this is going to be a little bit further northeast. And it's really more so part of it, the axis. What does vorticity show you? So vorticity, thank you for asking, by the way, whether pro EAS. Hopefully you didn't retract that message because you felt ashamed. I hope that wasn't the case. Okay, you didn't. Okay. What does vorticity show you? It's the strength of the spin. So we're looking at 700 millibar. Sorry, guys, I sometimes skip steps because a lot of people know what we're kind of looking at in here after a while. So we look at 700 millibar vort for banding is what we do. 700, and you always kind of look along into the north of the banding. So you look along this area here. You look along the area here, and then you go, especially a lot of times, just to the north. And you go right about there. In all these areas here, I'm looking at this here, right about here. You can even go right about there, roughly. And it's still moving through. So that band gets, you can see, do another frame, and you can see. Then I'd be looking at right about there. And it's going to be pretty tight, that gradient. So, and I'd be looking at all these areas here. Heavy snow, dumping heavy snow across these areas. And so it gets a little, you know, it gets a little tricky sometimes because the models may not be exactly perfect. So you have to keep that in mind with what you're looking at. But it's the strength of the spin, basically. It's measuring how strong the spin is at this level of the atmosphere. And so it gives you an idea of where your best lift is going to be a lot of times. Right? When we look at omega on those soundings, this is where your best lift is going to be. And that helps idea pinpoint banding, and it shows you where the banding, what the models are actually trying to show. Because the P-type maps do not accurately predict this stuff. They're just not capable. It's not. It's a depiction. It's a It's why, guys, it says precipitation depiction map, not a precipitation accuracy map. It's a depiction within the model, and also every website that puts it together, that codes it out and puts the Python out to make the model, whatever they do it through, it could be a little bit different in how you see it. So you have to keep that in mind. These are not perfect. I'm glad that could help explain it, Weather Pro. Because they do not accurately show always the exact picture. I'm looking at this, guys. And this is juiced. And you can use 850 sometimes as well to kind of help get idea. So this is what I'm talking about, just north of the 850 banding. So probably over the 850 here, this is probably all mix at that point. And you're probably going just to the north now. And you'll probably get your own heavier bands right here on top of that, moderate to heavy bands. In betweens, probably some subsidence, but even then, you're going to have waves that get here. So you're still going to make out fine. And then it's somewhere. Because I'm telling you, somewhere to the north that's not expecting it is going to overperform. Somewhere in southern New England is going to overperform with this. The whole storm, they're going to be told, oh man, maybe you get a coating to an inch 1 to 3. And then all of a sudden, they got like double-digit totals. And they're like, how did this happen? Why was this forecast so off? You guys are going to hate me for this when I say this, but you know what the system, also, if you don't mind hitting a like while you're in here, it's appreciated. There's super chats available now. There's memberships as well if you decide to. None of those required, but I would not be doing my due diligence for myself if I didn't at least mention it. February 13th, 2024. You guys are going to hate me for this, but it's kind of scary, some of the similarities. Now, the 500 millibar vort profile, the strength of a low pressure, it's nowhere near the same, not even close. So it's not the same event. But, and what models show before and after, it's also not the same. But it kind of reminds me of that a little bit. It kind of does. Think about that sharp axis of heavy snowfall to the north. Some people got really skunked. They got really skunked on that. They took the tail end of a bad smell with that storm. But I thought I would mention it, just to get a rise out of all you. No. Yes. OZ, 0Z Euro, starting to calibrate here. what are the why the hell are the GFS and Euro tremendously at odds? They're really not as much as you think. Kevin usually Kevin understands it. Lethal sugar. He understands. I understand. Whoa, went way too far. Take a look at 500 millibars. You see, they're not that different. It's minor differences, guys. It's really minor differences in the overall. So many people live in a certain area, though, that it gets brought up. These two they're different. Now, don't get me wrong, they're different. Also, keep in mind, this is a system where the GFS is probably going to slide out so much convection and not properly. This will be a little bit of convective feedback with the GFS probably, and probably has been, where it's trying to amplify a lot of this stuff offshore instead of staying closer to the core of the system here, especially with such a progressive flow. Such a progressive flow here that it's really going to have trouble amplifying the system. Mr. Storm WX. Is that Vincent? Is it Lily? Vincent Lily? I could be wrong on the name. In Manchester, oof. I want to say 1 to 3, Bobby. I want to say 1 to 3, but coding to 2 is a safer call, I think, in Manchester. But you will. I'm confident you will see some snow. It's hard. I really wouldn't lean towards any specific model. I think it's off on some of the totals for some areas. You are Vincent, okay, the WX. I'm not on Twitter at the moment, so I couldn't. I was going off what I remembered, seeing some of your posts. You do some good stuff though, Vincent. I will say, not that my opinion is the highest of all standards, but for whatever you think that's worth, I think you're on the right track with some of the right mindset. Love your passion for it. So. There you go. There's your P-type map. But you notice, New York City stays pretty much all snow. And I don't necessarily disagree with that. This is where I think the Euro might be a little bit better than the now. I would probably lean, though, conservatively. I would say you probably you probably mix a little New York City. But it's probably after damage done. It's probably after damage done. I appreciate it, Vincent. Thank you. W's in the chat. Sure, why not? I'm not sure what for, but of course. So let's see what the QPF here is on this system. Your 18Z, and there's just, yeah. You can see a little bit of shift of axis. Okay, let's see the ratios. Yeah. So let's you know. And the reason why, it's just right. It's just you're going to be so cold in some of these areas to the north here, guys. So yeah, this is where your best. This is probably where your best totals are going to be in these areas here. I'm not sure you can hear that. It's my dog. Is there a southern influx coming up into the storm? What do you mean by that? Explain more. What do you mean by a southern influx of moisture? When do you think Boston National Weather Service will expand its warning to Hartford County? I'm from South Windsor. You're a good forecaster. That's testing it, but I appreciate it. I don't know if they will. I just don't. I don't really. I've gotten to the point now, guys, where I do not care whether or not they put their warnings out. As much the National Weather Service, in terms of getting messages out and forecasting, they do a great job. But in terms of some of the specifics of snowfall totals and stuff like that, I don't get too upset. They're generally they're gonna be a little off with some of that stuff. One thing I think the Euro does kind of depict, though, a little bit is you see your subsidence area. It's something to watch. Now, if your substance area is 4 to 6 inches of snow, I don't think anybody's going to be complaining about that in this area, to be honest. Let's just say that's the example. I don't think anybody would be complaining. And maybe this is just a tad north, or it's a tad south. We'll see. It's a heck of a snore from a 1-year-old golden retriever. He's snoring like he's got 10 years of life. But yeah, I think generally a lot of this area we've been leaning, 3 to 6, 4 to 8 is what we've been leaning. Somewhere in that range is probably where we're going to go. Is there yes, there is, and we'll show you. That's why I've said lean on the higher end of the QPF, not like incredibly high, but just like why we lean higher. So we go to global. Seems a little big. There we go. And we play the loop here. We finally get a segue. Take a look at the influx here of, this is your subtropical jet. This is the tail end. We looked at it last night. Guys, the system was just juiced with moisture here. And still is, for that matter. And then we'll see eventually if any of the Gulf or any of off the Atlantic will tap in a little bit too. I'm sure we'll get a little bit. Well, there will be a moisture transport from the Gulf as this slides east. So we'll probably see a little bit of a tail as this moves east tomorrow here. And if you go to the moisture transport, you can see there. You can see where your tap is. Thanks to that big dome of that big ridge there over the U.S. And then you can see as it gets off the Atlantic, you get a little bit of a tap, a little bit of an extra from the Gulf Stream. Yeah, you're welcome. Nassau County on Long Island too, specifically, not just New York City. I think Nassau County is in a great spot. I would say I would lean 4 to 8 on Nassau County. Here's probably where I'm going to do with my map, now that I'm thinking about it. It might be a 4 to 8, and then an 8 to 14, a 2 to 4, and a coding to 2. Or maybe we go a specific area of 8 to 14. We do a 5 to 10, a 3 to 6, a 1 to 3, and coding to 2. It'll be probably something close to that in terms of the totals you see on the map. But it's hard. I think I like forecasting more specifically for spots and giving you a better accurate idea. And my hope is that, guys, when you look at my map, you don't just get so caught up in the confined lines, and hopefully you take into account what I likely, because I answer almost all of your questions. So I hope you take that into account, when we ask that. But this is my threat map. I still like this. We made this about 24 hours ago, and I still like this. Maybe this is a little tighter, but I still like this. And maybe see about these areas. This could be close, but I like this general idea. Tums River, New Jersey, from my grandparents and cousins. Not really in a great spot. That's Jersey coast, right? Maybe some front end snow, but not really in the best spot for the system here. An initial burst of snow though is certainly possible for there. So we'll zoom in here. We'll kind of show you what I'm looking at. Jesus, what are you doing down there? You're adorable, but Euro AI quite juicy for QPF. Yeah, it's pretty solid. It's on. I don't know if it's as much as some models, but it's certainly it's a little bit less than last night, but still pretty solid. Or was it last night or the night before? I forget. When it had like 7/10 of an inch of QPF. But you can kind of, you start looking, when you get lines. I don't want to. No, thank you. It was last night. Okay. But you can kind of see the tea leaves starting to show themselves a little bit. You can kind of see this is probably toward the edge, of our juiciness here, and you can kind of start getting an idea. And if you, for what this you see, you can kind of find ideas here, and you can kind of start to get ideas. You can kind of see. And when I start looking at this stuff, now again, it's not perfect, but if you're a good geometry person, you can start finding little tea leaves. And there were a lot of different tea leaves within here, within satellite, and looking at radar to suggest things are looking pretty solid here, especially if you're in southern New England, New York City. Close call for New York City, but so far, not overly worried about New York City. It wouldn't shock me though if we're talking 24 hours from now and New York City only ends up with 1 to 3 though. Would it really? I don't think it would shock anybody if that just ends up being the case and the warm nose does its thing. It wouldn't. I don't think it would shock anybody, but it's something to watch. And you can kind of pinpoint here. And so when I do this, see how straight I can draw this. That's not straight. Dang it. That's closer. Now that angle's not right though. You see how it's... Or did I just draw it to the wrong spot? Close to there. I can't draw it. I mean, that's rougher. Again, that's it could be, but you kind of get the general idea. Is now within these areas, this is where your heaviest snowfall, and this is why I say Connecticut. Connecticut's in line here. Right, and if you were to do that for these places here, you would notice a lot of these places in line for snow here. Potentially, and you can see they're probably the fringe of your heavier snow. And so this is why I look at this and I go, man, I wonder how far the northern edge could push here. I really do. But It's not a perfect science. They're tea leaves. The opacity is murky. All right, does anybody want a little ASMR here? There we go. We'll do it nice and close. That may have been super loud for somebody, but it's my sugar-free ginger ale. A little bit of ASMR for you there, though. But those are kind of those. That's if so. If you're wondering what I'm looking at right now, I think we look pretty solid. I mean, and you can just look at the map here, and yes, the confluence obviously to the east here. Here's your confluence piece. This will keep kicking out east. That was one thing models adjusted for today. If you go back, take a look at, well, we can look at 500 millibar Vort after, and you'll notice the confluence piece. I mean, we can look at it right now. So this is your confluence piece that we were just pointing out, and that's 30 hours from now. Excuse me. See it? There's OZ last night. 0Z last night. There's the edge of your confluence. 06, 12, 18. You see it? You see the difference? That confluence was, and we talk about this all the time. The confluence gets over at 10. When these storms are kicking out, they tend to hold on to the confluence a little bit. And so it gets tricky. Remember, the high pressure we were never doubting in place. Never doubting. And that's why we're not worried about this going so far north. But at the same time, we had a confluence piece, and that's why the gradient looks like it did. And that's why there was more room to open up for places further north and east. If you can zoom in there, you can get the idea. So yeah, go back to now. And you can see there's your confluence. There's your storm system. Look at this massive storm that's developing here now. This was just flurries, and now it's turning in. And this is why we continue this repetition of Nord Stream here, guys. I'm gonna have a hot take here. I think we get the big coastal storm that people want. Or coastal, maybe it's just inland, whatever. Close to the highly populated, if not for the high. I think in January we do it. I'm a little. I don't love what we're doing for Monday, Tuesday now. I'm not gonna lie. I wasn't giving up hope. I'm still not on it. I honestly think there's still gonna be some frozen precip with that, but I think there's going to be I think we're going to get one of those. I don't want to put the B word out there, the blizzard word, but I think the odds are higher than 50-50. I mean, technically a 50-50 if you go from a yes/no perspective, but I think in January there's a chance we do it. I really do. Hot take. Some of the analogs are pretty impressive. They're pretty impressive. So here's your confluence. Here's your high pressure to the north here. Super deep, notable cold air mass here. This is true winter, guys. This is not the problem. And so when you have such a clash, of warm air meeting cold air, a lot of times these frontogenesis events do very well in terms of totals. Nothing like anybody blasting music on a Thursday night for Christmas on your road at 12:50. But you can see some of the tea leaves kind of getting pointed out here. You get an idea. You start going all these different areas. You get one there, you get one right there. You can do right, and you can just you start playing around with angles a little bit, and it's not a perfect science. You kind of really just have to have an eye, so you can't really necessarily teach this. But yeah, yeah, not really. Again, Tom's River not really in the best spot here for this system. But you can get it. You can get a nice burst of snow here. Still cash in. If you're lucky. But I mean, that's more like that's Central Jersey down the coast, I think, right around there, somewhere around here-ish, right? So it would take an insane underestimation of the high pressure and dynamic cooling to win you out. So but I'm pretty confident. I'm pretty confident in the general idea. A little farther north than that, yeah. It's just cause 500 millibar never lies, guys. It actually, okay, I got it at the end. Just doesn't. And so we'll see. We'll see how well. This is assuming, this would be assuming guidance would be right, and we never do that. We never like to assume that. You do that here with the Euro AI, you can see it. It's even a little bit farther north than the Euro. Look at that. Right in here, I'd be looking. This is where your heaviest snowfall would be. And then we go to 850. And then you're still probably all snow, mostly snow. You're probably mostly snow still, even to here. Well, really, we're more talking about these places here. We know pretty much north of New York City is likely all snow, and Long Island. Then you go to 850. Heavy band, moderate heavy banding, a little bit of subsidence, still waves of heavy. You still get that initial burst though. These areas. So here's the thing, even with the subsidence, you're still going to get the band initially. So you're not busting. You're just not going to bust with this storm in terms of being lower than totals. You're just not. So don't overly worry about that. Even if the best totals, let's say, are a little bit further north due to just frontogenesis, parking, and interior ratios. Have you noticed abominable snow totals across Twitter, it's almost like weenies from Boston, New York are biased toward each other. Oh, you're saying the New York people like to up the northern totals and the Boston people like the southern totals? Well, probably just because they don't want to bet on their own city doing well, because they know that's where most of their followers are from and do it. But I don't know. I really don't know. I haven't been on Twitter, so I can't tell you. I'm kind of glad I'm not. I can just kind of state my thoughts and forecast the storm, enjoy it, get some feedback from you guys, and get some questions from you guys, and that's really it. I just want to enjoy, kind of just keep falling in love with tracking this stuff again. And Twitter's kind of taking that away, but let's see how strength it will level jet. Very similar. Almost the same, actually. Pretty much the same. So as you can see, though, 0Z, the strength of low-level jet was a little bit more. A little bit weaker with that. Ergo, slightly less QPF, but we'll see about that. That's a really minor specific detail. Pull some soundings here. Let's go to Connecticut, as a 3-year-old would say. Let's go to Connecticut. We passed it. You would think it would be Connecticut, though, if you were just phonetically sounding out, wouldn't you? There's not really a lot of support here on any silent C. Connecticut. Yeah, let's go to Bradley. Let's go towards Hartford. Yeah, the Euro, perfect. Boy. There's your juice right there. There's your lift all throughout the mid, upper, and lower levels here. See, top of your dendritic growth zone, about just around 500. So you're not crazy. So again, this is why we're not going to be talking insane ratios. This is why I think there's a limit on the ratios here. And that's why some of so even though you're really cold at the surface, it's not fantastic, since your dendritic growth zone is not super cold aloft, well aloft. However, notice how, that -10 line, how it kind of wavers. It gets pretty deep into the atmosphere. And so when you have a really deep dendritic growth zone, that allows more time. So remember, we talk about this. Top of the dendritic growth zone. So you typically anywhere from around -9 to -12 is your top of the dendritic growth zone. That is where your snowflake forms. It's your snowflake production zone. That's where it forms. You have to be well saturated at that point. Have to be. Otherwise, you're not getting any accumulating snow likely. If so, very limited. From that point on, you need to have a dew point depression of less than 1 degree or 2 Celsius all the way down to get solid accumulating snow. So check mark. You need to be very well saturated. The more well saturated you are, the better snowflake production, the better chance of getting true dendrites. And then in that area of the dendritic growth zone, you need to have lift. And the better the lift is, the more the lift increases towards the mid-level part and the lower level part of the dendritic growth zone, the more it increases, the better it is for the snowflake. Because now the snowflake is just accumulating. The aggregate is getting bigger and bigger. It's getting healthier and healthier. And it's forming up even better. Imagine, imagine like there's this, you were talking about like a superpower or something, and there's a, let's say you're like, let's say you go into like a Lazarus pit, for example. Let's take that for example, the mythical Lazarus pit. Let's say if you just dip yourself into a Lazarus pit. Yeah, you'll get some superpowers. But man, if you go all the way through the Lazarus pit, the longer you stay in there, man, you're really gonna add some superpowers. So the more lift that is in that dendritic growth zone, all the way throughout, especially into the mid and lower level part of it, that's just supercharging that snowflake to allow it, each individual aggregate, each individual snowflake, and allowing it to improve. Now, if you have strong wind, that can kind of take away from it a little bit at times. So coastal places, it can kind of break up the snowflakes a little bit sometimes in blizzards. That's not the case for this system. We're going to have almost no wind at the lower levels of the surface to break up these aggregates here. It's not going to be a windstorm. That's why December 2020 was such an impactful snowstorm as well. Think about in those interior places, there was not a lot of wind. There was wind closer to the coast, but not far away. That's an extreme example. And so when we have such a thermal clash here, and that warm nose almost works here, it's a pretty high warm nose. You can see the warm nose now looks like almost near 600. 600 to 700 millibars here is your warm nose. Don't do the joke. We're past it now, I think. And so that warm nose is is showing that there's an area of strong warm air pushing against that strong cold air in place, and that's showing that's where the area where it's happening the most. And so when you see that in that 600, 700, you see that towards that 700 millibar area. You can see another mini one right here at 850 as well, but it's a positive sign for good frontogenesis potentially. And interestingly, those become pretty well saturated again briefly here at Bradley. So can take Danbury as well. I'm not sure why it's so far apart here and why it's like extending out, so I'm not sure if that's just the sounding itself. But you can kind of get an idea here. Tidbits shows us a lot better, but Tidbits keeps crashing. Yeah, we can show New York City as well, but this doesn't show it as well as Tidbits does. I think Tidbits is so much cleaner with the soundings. It just crashes every time on here. We'll go JFK. Here you notice, take a look at the temperatures towards the surface though. See the difference at this? So this is why I don't think ratios will be as good in these places. Even though throughout the low levels, you'll be super cold. And probably at the surface, the CAD will win out a little bit better. But notice you're going to be probably upper 20s at times at the surface. But we can look at this the whole time. Right around here, if you're in subsidence, then maybe you flip. Maybe you flip. You're getting close. But here on the Euro run, for example, maybe here, if you're in subsidence, you flip or mix. But whole time here, this is all snow on the Euro run right here. Especially during the heaviest rates, which is really that matters most. Long Island MacArthur Airport. Couldn't tell you exactly where that is, but same idea. Not really worrying about mixing. You get some pretty good lift on some of these soundings as well, showing that heavier snow. I mean, right there, that's a heck of a, that's a heavy snow sounding right there. And by the way, this is -5, showing the omega here, and that's almost in that. That's probably like -4 omega right there. So that is some really heavy snow. This is dumping snow on Long Island right now. .0 on the Sigtor parameter, by the way. I know it's a shocker, but sorry, there's not going to be an EF1 tomorrow night. During the beginning thump, how big are these flakes going to be with that lift? I'd say pretty big. Yeah, you'll probably get some pretty nice aggregates. I'm assuming you're near New York City, Weather Pro, so or Jersey, Long Island. I'm not sure where exactly you are, but whoever's all snow for this, they're gonna dump away. It's pretty simple, in heavy rates. And here's where think about within the band, guys. So this is where I start forecasting, and this is where I think about. This is where you have to get away from the snow total maps and the model maps before. You have to really think about it when you get into these bands. Was anyone a couple nights ago forecasting near inch per hour rates in Eastern Mass? Not a shot. You're located in Central Connecticut, then you're fantastic. You're freaking great. You're in a great spot. So you got very little to worry about here with this storm, in my opinion. But you have to think about it. Let's say you get into 2 hours of 2 inch per hour rates. You're already at 4 inches at that point. Let's say you're at 4 inches. Or let's say you go 2 hours, you go 1 hour of 2 inch per hour rates, and then you go 2 hours of, let's say, 1.25 inches. That's another 2.5. Now in 3 hours, you picked up 4.5 inches. You averaged 1.5 inches per hour rates for 3 hours. You're at 4.5 inches. In 3 hours, and you're going to snow, let's say, for 8 more hours, just at a 1/4 inch per hour rate, let's say. That's 2 more inches. That's 6.5 inches of snow. Boom, there's a snowstorm. That's it. That's all it takes in this, and you have to consider that stuff when forecasting. You have to consider that. So let's say if someone really sits in this band, is in two straight hours of, let's say, like near 3 inch per hour rates, pick up 5.5 inches in 2 hours. Your pathway now to get like 12 to 15 inches is right there. Because let's say you now have like 3 more hours of inch per hour rates and then you go like 8 more hours, and you average, let's say, 1/3 of an inch per hour. We'll say 0.3 to make it easier on me. We'll go around, and we'll say that's 2.5 inches over those 8 hours. All right, you went 3 more hours of inch per hour rates. So you add 3. Let's say you add that to that 5.5. You go 8.5. Then you add another 2.5 onto that. That's 11 inches right there. And that's how you get to those double digits, just like that. And maybe there's more snow onto that too. Maybe it's even more. That could be being conservative a little bit in some of those interior places, especially. So keep that in mind when really forecasting how the event actually happens. And it's very, very tricky though to pinpoint. And so that's how I like to think about things. And I'm thinking about those things like 5 days out. And I'm not just thinking about the overall setup and looking at the models. This is the stuff I'm taking into account all the way in this timeout. And that's why I'm very stingy on providing exact totals on maps like 4 days out. Like making snowfall maps like 4 days out, 3 to 5 days out. Threat maps, there's a difference. Snowfall maps though, with exact total that far out, I'm sorry, it's really hard to do that when you're trying to actually pinpoint what the end result is going to be. And that's all I care about. I care about what is going to actually happen across all the backyards in reality. That's what I'm trying to pinpoint. That's how I forecast. And that's what drives me. Here's another thing about this sounding too. When you're so well saturated in the upper levels, really well too. And we're going to be very cold too. This is where that cold air gets pulled down a little bit more. This is where your ratios can improve even more. Call this evaporative cooling here, dynamic cooling. And this is where you limit your mix risk. Limit your mix risk here in those scenarios. Let's see if we can get another one. No, we don't want to go to Potsdam. Westchester County Airport. I don't know exactly where it is, but oh, man, I mean, and yeah, look at those lifts there. No, as I said earlier, I will be yeah, I'll put it. Here's where I'll put the snowfall map, guys. YouTube posts. If you're not right now, I'm not planning on going back to Twitter right now. I'm just not. I'm gonna keep it real. I'm not going back to Twitter this week. We can maybe reevaluate next week and weeks beyond. But I just don't have a read to. This is not oh man, let's get everybody to YouTube. It's more so I got to get away from Twitter is how it is. And I just also happen to do stuff on YouTube. So turn on the notifications for YouTube and it will be on the community post tab is what it will be. You can also just search up my profile, or you can go to my profile, go to the community tab and go to posts. So you can go right here. You go click on my channel, and hey, we got some new subscribers. Thank you for those new subscribers. And this is the home thing, right? So you'll see the most recent stream, you'll see the most recent videos here, and then you go to posts. If you want to be members, you can. Shout out my members, Mateo and Joe Weather. Those are my current members right now. I feel like I gotta make sure I give them a shout out. Can't just be a member and not, give you something a little bit more incentive. But and then you go to posts, and this is where you can see a lot of my messages are. I've actually, guys, been putting posts here for live streams for YouTube people. For those that know it, I have been almost every single day before the stream, or at least a little or night just before the stream. I put out a message the same time I do with X. So. But you can see there's plenty of tweets. I put out my threat map here last night. All as you can see, we do some analysis here as well. Just put out some thoughts. So the community tab here on posts. So that is where I'm putting out thoughts right now. Today was Christmas, so I didn't really put out much. So I was kind of just enjoying my my day. But that is where I might look tomorrow morning around to lunchtime, late morning to lunchtime. That is when I'm going to put out my snowfall map. Storm comes tomorrow night, so make sure I get it out before. Sometimes life happens and it's tricky. Sometimes the first flakes are starting, and I put the map out, and I don't love doing that. Some people really hate it, but I also very clearly, we've had a threat map out since last night, and I very clearly always state my thoughts. So it's not like you don't know the forecast here. And I really hope the forecast I tell you verbally, you take that to heart more than the exact map that I make. RHP, what's going on, my man? Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Happy Kwanzaa. Is Hanukkah over? I forget how long Hanukkah goes. I'm not Jewish, so I couldn't tell you. Many Jewish friends, but I do not. I don't know. I know Hanukkah starts before Christmas. I don't know how long it goes. So, yeah. So I am. We could do it on stream. So a lot of times I do Weather Pro. I do make the map. I made my map on stream last night. If you were there, you can go back and watch it after. If you do want to, or now, it's up to you. But I do a lot of times make my maps on stream because my thoughts are out in the open, guys. There's no secret. There's not many times any secretive process here. So usually I would say half the time, a third of the time, I'd say 1 out of 3, 1 out of every 2 storms will make the map on stream or systems. Fall River, I think it's in a decent spot. I still like this. I think Fall River is in a decent spot. I think Buzzards Bay is in a pretty good spot here to see some accumulating snow, see plowable snow. That's how I would phrase it. You do have a pretty fun ceiling, but I would for now, I would play it safe, and I would lean more 2 to 4, 3 to 6 ish in Fall River. I would kind of play it safe, and then you could overachieve. But man, I mean, I think we're looking pretty good here. I really do think we're looking pretty good. You can already kind of get a sense of, you can see some of that right in here, some of that heavy snowfall, some tea leaves. Is this the mix line? Is that it right there? New York City? Sometimes you do. We come back tomorrow night. That's what it is. You'll know, but until it happens, it can be oftentimes fickle. And murky. And take a look at the ensembles now, because why not? 500 looks pretty good here too. Well, Confluence was a little bit stronger on this run, it looks. But there's your averaged out ensemble mean there. Still looks pretty solid. More so a shift in the axis than anything else. Oh, our panels. We'll go here. Now, keep in mind, take about 10% off what you see here. Take about 10% off. These are a little overjuiced, a little overamped always. So, but there's your general idea. This is 10 to 1. By the way, this is not perfect, but guys, I've learned, especially in these events here as we get closer, don't bet against the ideas of the QPF here for these models. For the AIFS, it usually has a pretty good idea of pinpointing where. Now, specifics of exactly how much, the mesoscale banding, the rain snow line, stuff like that, it's not going to pinpoint it. It's too low resolution of a model. But when I see this much support here, we'll go to 26 through 50. I mean, these are just so many. There's just so many great runs here, especially for Southern New England. I mean, New York City, Southern New England. So the rain snow line will not be perfect on these, by the way. I mean, even that. I mean, look at this. This is impressive. This is just watch. I'd be surprised if it'd be that much of a let off, but even that's pretty solid. It's almost all the members. It's probably about 20 out of 25 I just drew right there. There's the second half. Yeah, yep, still solid. So I would expect about a ½ inch to just under an inch of QPF here in the max pro, in that heavier swath, and then some of those best ratios. That's where locally we could see some areas of 12 to 18 into the interior here. Winter storm warning extended into central Jersey. Interesting. Warning says 3 to 5 in it. I don't know what the warning criteria is in Jersey versus New England, but or Mass, but maybe it's an inch lower. I don't know. But again, take a look here. This 20. I mean, bang, fantastic. All of the, I mean, just. I mean, that's solid. Bang, bang. Curry, way downtown. Bang, bang. Oh, what a shot. Let's see, there's a little bit of French here. Notice these two runs. These are almost outliers at this point. The southern, the solutions that show. So that blue line is about 2.2 inches of QPF. So that's another thing. Done. Okay, we drew them all. And we'll go yellow. Well, we gotta kind of effed up there for that one. So we'll just go to yellow for that one. So even for these are like outliers now. Which is kind of crazy to think about from you know, what some people may have been thinking a few days ago, I'm sure. I'm no meteorologist, but I think southeast Mass and the Fall River and Freetown area can get 4 to 5 inches. I think so too. I don't disagree with that. Now, I would try to lean a little conservative with the press of cold air in place, but you're going to be closer to the coast. They'll probably get a little bit. There'll probably be a little bit of a coastal front set up, a minor coastal front, not something. Usually, you hear coastal front, you might panic. Not with this. Could be a little bit to help get a little bit more enhancement there, in southern New England, I think. So I might go with a 3 to 6 there. What I might go with, and some may disagree, but maybe it's a 2 to 5, but we'll see. We'll see. I'm kind of just gonna let it marinate, and then once we get to the event, then we'll really press myself. For now, we're just gonna try to keep pinpointing some of the specifics here, and then we'll kind of hone in on the specifics of the totals themselves as we get closer here. But it is think about it. Some of those fringe solutions here. I mean, I'm hard pressed to almost find anything. There we go. These are outliers. These are Southwest outliers, which is funny to think about where we were. So, on models maybe a couple days ago for some. Euro AI a couple days ago though was really consistent. So all these people on, I'm sure, Twitter that were getting obsessed over the GFS and the Euro in all those model runs. All for what? All for what? If you're obsessed with the end result, you will not care about many of those model runs. And this is just unfortunate. This is just unfortunate. This is so close. This is so close to being such a major snowstorm here. And we might get like ice and some snow here. And then northern New England gets U2RHP. But man, it is just such a close, such a close. From a mesoscale perspective, it may not seem so, but from an upper level perspective, it was just right there. I mean, where eventually this thing transfers and get a beast of a low pressure in the Gulf of Maine. So that stinks. If what we see is ends up being the case, because so close. So close yet so far, but we'll have more to track after. I'm almost positive that January is not going to be quiet. Even here, we got to keep an eye on that. We got to keep an eye on that around New Year's. Even if it's not a major snowstorm, something that could produce a strike of snow there. There's going to be stuff to track in January. We remember we were looking at the teleconnection there in Japan too. End of first week of January, early second week of January. There's going to be more amplification in the flow here. That's what I'm saying. You do enough of them, we might just time one up here. So keep that in mind. But if let's say we convert this from New York City to, let's say, even into southern New England here. Let's say we convert this. This is a really good opportunity now to give a little bit margin for error for how the rest of the winter goes. Now we're just talking a couple good storms away in some of these places from it being a solid winter, with all of January, February, March to go. A lot of people want like the incredible winter. They want like the extreme above average. For me, average just gets it done plenty enough. I also average about 65 inches, 65 to 70 inches of snow a winter, roughly. So when you put in that into perspective, for me, average winter will get it plenty done. Especially relative to the last few winters here. I mean, technically, last 4 winters have all been below average, but 2022 was pretty solid. So, and 2021 was good, even though we're in and the reason is, guys, we're just snow is cyclical, meaning there's cycles for snow, and we're technically, I think we're probably getting close to here. This winter, or next winter, or the next one, we probably get back into some of those snowier cycles. And that's so you should take 2021 and 2022 and be glad we were able to kind of get what we did out of there. Because if you really think about it, 2016 was really kind of the beginning of a less cycle here. The refs have some merit because it is the ensemble mean. There's a little bit of merit to them, Kevin, and I'll show them up in a second. I'll pull them up. But really, 2016 to through 2025 is it's a lower cycle for some. Now, I know we had 2017, 2018 do well, but if you really think about it, 2016 was low. 2017 and 2018, we had now 2018 was pretty solid, was decent. But 2017 was really like a small period. And 2017 on paper had potential to be so amazing, especially based on Siberian snow cover. If you look into that, if you ever go back to the Rutgers Snow Lab, look at Siberian snow cover in 2017. It was or 2016 for 2017. It was pretty impressive. But then 2019, 2020, 2021, then we had it year. 2022 was not great, but still decent enough. Definitely not enough to complain. And then 2023, 2024, 2025. And now we may be on the beginning of a new cycle. Something to keep in mind. You ever hear the older generation? When I say older, 40s and 50s. It's not that old. Some will say it is kind of. Yeah, I guess elderly. No, I'm just kidding. If you are, don't worry about anything. But talk about the 80s, even some of the early 90s. No bueno. No bueno, guys. Even some of the 70s too. There's cycles of how this goes. So once you understand snow is a bit cyclical, and meaning it's in cycles, it gets a little easier and takes a little bit more pressure off winter to winter. But the end of the 2020s, in theory, could be pretty good. That's kind of crazy to say now, the end of the 2020s. I feel like I just remember yesterday we were 2020 and COVID at times. I just remember it like yesterday. So 6 is the warning criteria, Joe Weather. Interesting. It could be accounting for ice. If the ice is another factor, so they may be accounting for that. Sleet. And that's another thing. I'm going to have to account for sleet here in this forecast. So really, this map is still pretty, I don't want to say perfect, but still pretty good. So because of sleet, and this will account for that. This will account for snow and sleet. So I'm a little bit more confident on those totals because of that. Excuse me. because we've been going straight ginger ale. Yeah, we can pull up the refs. Kevin. One of the I guess I'll go to Pivotal, but I don't like going to Pivotal because of slows down my freaking thing so much. Last year near average I had was 2021, 2022, January 7th, 2024 storm. Saved me that year. Yes, me as well. January 7th, oh, it's January 7th, 2022. Well, the early January 2024 one was saved that winter as well from being a complete catastrophe. I think probably for you as well, Kevin. AIGFS was really unimpressed with it this storm. I mean, it had like a freaking almost DC snowstorm a few days out, so I was really unimpressed with that. That was unfortunate. But I still think it's better than the regular GFS. I still think it's a little better. All right, what am I looking for here? How are we getting the 03 Z stress out? Okay, oh, that is okay. So I don't know why I was mad. There was no Ozies. So. Man, I wish so much I could play copyrighted music on here. I wish so much I could. There's so much better it would be. But for me, from my pleasure experience, maybe for you guys as well. But did we get QPF? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's juicy. I wish this would stop doing this. Can I zoom out? Sorry, let me zoom out. And actually, it just so happens to align with my thoughts. It's really not necessarily. I think the NAM, and again, the Sref's mean will usually have a little bit better idea than the NAM. It just happens. It just so happens. I don't think the NAM is perfect. I don't think the NAM is great. It just so happens. But we'll see the end result. That's always tricky. I can boast confidence all I want in how I think this may progress, yet they may not be perfect. So there's 03, there's 09, there's 15, 21, and can we not put an Eversource ad at the bottom of this covering it? For frick's sake, there we go. Yeah. Take a look at that from 03, and this is spread more than anything else. And then This is 10 to 1, by the way. 10 to 1. So yeah, pretty juicy. We get HRRR on here too? No. No. We don't. It's fine. We peeped them. Not the most important things, but we did peep them. And one thing we got going for Long Island here on this setup too in southern New England. Take a look at our sea surface temperatures here, guys. Well below average. You have a little pocket here of above average, and the Gulf Stream is still well above average. The Gulf, all above average, so not really concerned about like a lack of moisture being able to get produced out here. I mean, guys, look at the Atlantic here, so. And, you know, in theory, this could be a positive sign eventually. A little bit of a Tripoli effect here, maybe. And I notice above average up here as well. So in theory, the presence for Atlantic ridging is there, in theory. But, so the wind off the ocean, that does happen. A little cooler those waters. So this doesn't necessarily benefit these areas as much. But it never took away from him anyways, because you were never really worrying about that. But here and here, wind off the ocean, we love to see it here for southern New England and Long Island. And so yeah. There's a positive you got going there. SREF is on weather belt, but if you notice, I do know Joe knows. If you notice, look, it's only at 21G. It's not at 03 yet. For some reason, the SREFs always come out behind on here. And if you notice, we were looking at 03Z. We were looking at. Let's see what the AIGFS did at 0Z. Gotcha. Yeah. So it's just I wish I could only view this for on. I wish they would come out on time. And sure enough, this model, see it lay back more easily too. The axis more consolidated, more amplified. Your 700 volt looks very solid too. You can see the shift in the axis as well, which I love, and that will be a key, guys. You can see the difference from that. Well, you'll notice it more from 12 to 18 to 0. I guess it wasn't so far off earlier, but What was it going to show? Uh, I completely forgot. Oh, no. We'll look at the Canadian for a second, but the Canadian, I think it's. I think it on the. I think it has the right idea on the QPF here and some of the banding. It can do really well. Because RGN, it can do really well with some of this banding sometimes, and it's kind of hinting at it. And the 700 actually, it doesn't like it. The 700 shows that more inland push there. And it still thumps away at New York City, North Jersey here, and that crushes upstate New York to Western Mass. I don't know how that compares to previous, but there you go. You can see the difference. We got 500. Take a notice. Same thing. That's where you look, guys. In theory, this is where the magic's happening. In theory, if you were just showed me this 500 and you told me where to look, I would say here. I would say this is where your heaviest snow would be. Now on the fringes here, we obviously know we're still going to do pretty well in some of these places, at least we think. But you told me 500, where's your heaviest snow going to be? Boom, right in this spot. Right within this area. That's where your good accumulating snow will be. And we can peep the HRRR, but just know it's really not worth it. So far out, guys, it's really not. And I have no idea really what. But it seems like the axis, that axis is just completely, you see the difference? Look at the change in the axis. It's just completely different. And also the northerly extent too. It's just more reserved. It's like a 5-hour change. So you could pinpoint a different model. You could do a different one every time if you really wanted to. See it? Yeah, how much it just changes run to run. So there's really almost there's only so much you can do. But if you were to take a look here, you would notice, especially that OZ1, man, was it juiced? It pack a punch. See this at 700. Telling you that band there. It's going to be 1 to 3 inches an hour. It wouldn't shock me even higher. It really wouldn't. I wouldn't be surprised if someone would get if we're talking 2 to 4 inches per hour for some people, very locally. It wouldn't shock me. Would not shock me at all if we're talking 2 to 4 inch per hour rates. Generally 1 to 3 inches per hour, but we could be talking 2 to 4 inches an hour here. Especially when that band just first gets going in upstate New York too. And then as it gets going into those better ratios there, and this is not the perfect depiction here, so don't get too caught on, but just trying to give you that general idea of just on the other side. And HR though, it sometimes can do it right, but sometimes in these setups it can try to hold on to the cold in some of these places a little too long. It just may not be the case. in terms of cold in the above the surface, not below the surface. Down here, I would be concerned about the icing potential here into these places, the freezing rain potential. I think there's some merit to be concerned there. But for here, I think this would be more sleet. I think it's more sleet for these places here. And so we'll have to account for that. We'll see if anybody actually measures it. And so it can sometimes kind of skew the snowfall map grades, but oh yeah, I forgot to put out a grade for the last one. Even though it was just a rough sketch, I know it was about a B. So that's about what the grade would have been. We did a pretty good job. The Connecticut was a little bit less some areas, and then we did a little bit. We underdid some of these areas in here, I think, a little bit. Even though we highlighted that 3 to 6, just maybe not quite wide enough of an area. And then we highlighted some double-digit potential here in Maine, but we really would have needed to make like an 8 to 12 plus more to get a better grade of an A. But general idea was good, etc. We did pretty good with that system. Even though we maybe did it a slightly different way in Eastern New England than exactly how I thought it would go, still worked out. In terms of timing and when the snowfall happened, that was still fairly accurate. So we did pretty good. We did, not unbelievable, but we did solid. We did, and more importantly, the general ideas of what we forecasted was very well, and so that is kind of what accounts into that. Into that part. So we didn't really not forecast anything well with that system. So, but again, we can't just give out A's with this. That's not how it works. You can't just give out A's. You got to be taken into account. So yeah. So that was the last system, but it was not an official map. So I guess we'll say not an official grade if we don't actually put out the map. You get an idea for some of those totals too. What it do? Yeah, and so and there's some merit. There's some merit to this. Some merit. Now, will this exact area of these exact totals? Of course not. But you get an idea of, yeah, there's going to be some. This is why I just highlights. Yes. Some 12 to 18 is possible here. And then also you'll notice some ocean effect too. So we'll keep an eye on that. Maybe get a band on Cape Cod or something. But this is not a perfect map, so let me take it away from you. Look at the power I have. Just show it, take it away, show it, take it away. Yeah, tough call for the Finger Lakes here, FLX region. Tough call for those folks. Q's looks like they're in a good spot though. It seems like Syracuse is gonna get into this action. I wonder if they're in a close call as well. Seems like though this is accounting for sleet as well. Not sure how much actual snow. Yeah, it's accounting for sleet. Definitely not a quiet pattern after this too. Yeah, certainly not a quiet pattern here. Like I said, after this, around New Year's, well, first we're going to see it through with Monday, Tuesday. We're going to see it through. We'll see what's to come of it. It's going to be a dynamic system. And, we talked about it. I'm sure nobody was really talking about it because everybody's focused on this. But y'all know, I'll say still, but with some limited potential that is dynamic. I'm still not giving up too on these areas here with this system. Definitely not. We'll see on the backside Monday, Tuesday, if anything, for New England. But it could be an ice event, to be honest, guys. It really could be. Could be a sleet ice event. I'm gonna keep an eye on that. Low level cold air eventually. But then after that, we talk about it end of first week of January into early second week of January, somewhere around that time frame. Keep an eye on for big snowstorm potential. But hey, listen, the December forecast we put out, I'm not going to try to pat myself on the back here too much, but we did do a pretty good job. We highlighted, once we got into later in that second half of December, this is where our best chance for big storm potential was going to be. We highlighted that mid-December potential storm threat, like well out in advance too. The general idea was knew we were going to be colder. We've had several snow events. We've had plenty of snow events here, and then we're going to get this one here. You know, to part of that big storm. I mean, this is a big storm here. This is not a joke, not a blockbuster, but big storm. Moderate to big storm. For some people, it will be, not widespread maybe, but and then to January here, we'll kind of see how things progress. But I'm happy with how we forecasted December. It's good to see we're improving as a long range forecaster, so I'm happy about that. I wonder if the SREFs are rolling out on here yet. No, not even. Look at that. They've probably been out for like 90 minutes, at least. They're still not out yet. There's your AI Canadian. That looks almost to a T as the regular Canadian, so touche, I guess. Supposed to be AI enhanced a little bit. Actually, it's a little different, but the 500 millibar was almost the exact same. Actually, no, it is. This is almost the same too. Let's see, what does it got for QPF here? Oh. So I always like looking at all the models because I want to see how they do on a performance basis as well from storm to storm. So I do tend to look at a lot of them. I just don't value. Now the Icon, the Spire, the JMA, the UCMET has now flirted with that territory for the last 5 years now. Even though it scores fine, it's just not consistent enough for me. It's way too jumpy. Those models I don't really look at that much, almost at all, to be honest. We're kind of reaching when we're looking for those at that point. So. Let's take a look at the Euro ensemble. That's impressive. 18Z was impressive too, but that's the mean. You want to play that game again? The lakes open up again next week. Maybe we'll have to chase. We'll see if I can get myself out there for a lake effect chase. We'll see. Okay. Too far out. Okay, go here. It's amazing how much consensus there is on that now, especially from that run. Yeah, fantastic. Fantastic right there. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. We're loving it. Take a look at some of the panels. Zoom in a little bit more. Yeah, same thing with the AIFS. Doesn't seem like the Euro is going to bust here. It's good to see the Euro's not playing as much catch up though as the GFS. Now let's see how the end result finishes first, but let's see the percentiles. Actually, first let's see here. That's a lot of good runs. It's a lot. And honestly, a lot of the mean can even get skewed in a little bit. Think about more runs. There's more runs showing more expansive QPF into southern New England here as well. And these are almost outliers. These ones here that are so sharp, or that are more confined or pushed a little bit. But it's real. Also, these wouldn't shock me as well. If we were super sharp with the cutoff, it wouldn't shock me. Super. But already on the rest of these, it is super sharp with the cutoff. It's just exactly where it happens is a little bit different. But I think this will be a good way to describe it here. Let's go to the percentiles. Here's your 25th percentiles there. Look at that. So that means at least 75% of the runs are showing more than that. There's your 50%. There's your 75. So at least, and you see how it's not that much different than the 50? See how the 25 to 75 is not that different? It's good consensus there. And then your 90. So, I mean, it's a really good consensus. So the 10% one, you notice much different though than 75. So there's a few that probably work to skew the actual end result. So it's why when you look at these maps, they're not always indicative perfect of exactly what's going to happen. So you got to know what you're looking at. I always say that. But people just do this and it's, oh, it changed, it went down, it downtrended. Man, I don't care about that. I don't care about the downtrend. Again, I'm not really that aggravated. I just like to, I gotta act it out, you know, to give you the perspective. It gives you clearer idea what I'm talking about. Stop the downtrend. You downtrended. No, but it's tricky to read some of these ensemble maps, so it's not easy. But you do need to know what you are looking at, especially if you're going to speak on it. This is 10-1 as well. Reminder: this is 10-1. 50, 75, and then you're 90. Let's see how we're looking. It's looking pretty good. Some good juice to it. Now let's see how much into the Gulf can we tap into. That would only help. But you can see, really, this is your trail moisture here from the Pacific. This is your moisture tail. Still holding on to it too across this massive dome of high pressure. Still holding on to that. All that dry air you can see. There's your moisture tail. And then here's your next system. And this is just ridiculous amplification here in the Pacific. You know, fortunately, I'm just worried that that system's just gonna come together all too quick, and there's not enough to stop it initially. I thought we would maybe get a little bit more of the block and get underestimated, and maybe we do, just not enough. Sure, we can look at radar. Let's look at radar. Radar. Let's draw that axis then. It's hard, a rough idea. I mean, the axis you can kind of draw across though. I'll have to dive in more after. But let me play it out. Dog needs a CPAP machine. Very interesting. You're very interesting. Explain what you mean by that a little bit more. Yes, my dog is making some faint noises, I'm sure, in the background. If that's what you're saying. But you could also be hearing me pick up and put down my drink. Arthur Gillis. It's also possible. But he does so much playing and so much exciting and so much amped up during the day that when he crashes, he crashes. But any little sound you make, I mean, he's ready for action. So, but when he crashes, it does take him a second to get back into reality. Almost wish I could do. Try to draw. It's not going to be perfect. What I did is I put a remote against it to try to get as straight as I could, because I can't do the ruler thing that you can do on a screenshot, but I did get pretty close to where I wanted to. And you could say that's a rough idea of where your good snowfall will be. That could be, and stuff I was drawing before, it ends up getting pretty close to there. Say plus or minus 10 to 20 miles. So I'm gonna have a really close call. Personally, for me, I could see me personally see me getting like 2 to 4, and I could also see me getting 12 plus. Like that's how crazy the gradient could be for someone like me. Like it could be pretty impressive. But let's see. Let's see if I can hone in on the other area. And I could have even underdone it, but it's just a general idea. See if I can draw here. Okay, that's no prior anything. Okay, that's me strictly just going off. That's not me going off anything else. That's just me looking at radar and telling you where. And it just so happens to line up pretty close. Again, you obviously saw it wasn't perfect, but that's a general idea of where your heaviest snowfall is going to be right there. Give or take 10 to 20 miles, probably. Could be a little more, a little less, say 10 to 25. Give or take 10 to 25 miles. Just looking at radar. So we're looking at radar. It's this is what kind of the tea leaves are showing. That's not perfect. It's not perfect. It won't be, but that's the general idea right there. This is your best chance for plowable snowfall within that area. Your best odds for 4 to 6 plus inches, 4 to 8 plus inches, probably within there. And that's why in a lot of this that I've been doing, guys, it's been a close call with New York City with a lot of the observations that I've been looking at. And this was before the stream as well. It's been a very close call. So hopefully this helps a little bit, Joe Weather, but that's kind of a rough idea. That's kind of a rough idea. Now, it doesn't just work like this, just zooms down, ooh, and it doesn't work like that. But eventually, the tea leaves, it almost does, but it doesn't really. There's nuance, there's 700 millibar development, there's stuff that changes, but you can get an idea kind of some of the obs that I was doing. Hey, what happened to my all caps? I like that better. No, I'm just kidding. But you're welcome, Joe. Of course, I'm obligated to, Joe. You're my highest paying member. You're my highest member right now. You're also my highest super chat donor as well. So I gotta give back. So this is the idea right here. This could be a little further north, but the snow shield itself, as you can see, we just draw roughly. This is not. I don't have the remote here for this, but that's a rough idea then of your snow shield too as well. So keep that in mind. So it's not just nothing for these areas. All these areas here are going to get some snow. And then but it's going to be a sharp cutoff. So you just got to tend to lean on the north side here of where the best heaviest snowfall will be. Like there's probably going to be a band of like 8 to 14, 9 to 15 inches here. 9 to 15 plus, and there'll be locally some 12 to 18 totals if I had to guess. That's what tends to happen in these events. Big time frontogenesis happens. Cold air meets the warm air. By the way, next week, Arctic outbreak incoming as well. It's going to get super, super cold. Super cold. But point being, I mean, guys, next week could be a freaking icebox. next week could be an absolute icebox. I mean, Mike, if we go like minus 25 at 700, I mean, my God, that would be impressive. But point being, as my puppy finds a new spot to go for. Oh, finds a headrest. Beautiful. If my snow survives the inland run Monday next week, that could be really cool. Well, here's the thing. You're not going to get you're not going to get so warm. You're not going to get so warm. Keep that in mind. Take a look at 700. Let's just say this Euro run even verbatim. Now, you look at the warm nose and go, oh my God. But low-level cold air will hold on after a brief spat. Your 850s, your 925s, they go a little bit higher. You have a warm nose, it's really more 850 at the warm nose. As you can see. But then notice you see at the surface. And this is just a specific model run too. So you're not going to get so warm. Remember, you're not going to get so warm here. We're not. I don't think we're going to be talking about, getting to like 65 here or anything. And I'd be even stingy that New York City, Long Island would even get into the 50s. But this is let me get See, I think that's a better idea. Even then, it's close, but not the same. You see, it's like more 40s for New York City. And then to the north, then I wonder, do we get a freezing rain threat? But we'll hone in on that after. My point being, when you get a thermal clash like we're going to get here, 6Z HRR is a banger. All right, we can look at it. We can look at it. Why not? Why not? I guess. I definitely have some sort of ADHD that just never went diagnosed in my early childhood. I think it's what makes me special. That's what our mommies would used to say, I guess. This is the time frame. So when you see that thermal clash, this is it, right here. Your heaviest snow is gonna want to go to this area, right here. Tight gradient at 700, that's where it's gonna want to go. Your warmer advection, your best dynamics are gonna want to consolidate towards that, and it lines up with what we're seeing at 700. Right along there, that's where your best dynamics are going to want to consolidate. And this is where you get overperformance. Right in here. I'm telling you, if we see the overperformance, you're going to be like, oh, we already mentioned it. It happened. I can't be surprised. And if it doesn't, to that extent, just know that the confluence held a bit more, and the press of the cold air was really strong. But you still get you still get snow all the way down into these areas here. Like still moderate heavy snowfall totals. So you still get a snowstorm, even if we see those best dynamics consolidate to the northern fringe here. But when you have such a clash here of that warm nose at this level, especially more towards the mid-levels, this mid-level clash of temperatures in deep Arctic air in place, it's where the magic usually happens. Because take a look at how dense the cold air is, guys. Look at our 850s are colder than 700. Look, you see that? Your 850s are going to be nearly just as cold, if not colder, depending on where you're at. So you got to keep that in mind. And that's the thing too. Like, we're going to look at the HRR here in a second. That's the thing you have to remember with these short-range mesoscale models too. They're not designed to get the long range out. So when you see people post these and it's still snowing and the model is not done yet, it's freaking pointless, guys. It's pointless. It's good for hourly banding when the storm is happening. That's what the model is designed for. It is not designed to be used with like the NAM 12K, for example. I would put the NAM 3K and the NAM 12K into a similar boat. But the NAM 3K you can extend out a little bit more to get a general idea with the soundings. But it's not designed to do that. The RRFS, I would argue too, people want to try to find hope in this. I don't have hope in that. It's just a bunch of bullcrap again, probably. Just some spin-off of the NAM, probably. Just not great, in my opinion. It's different. It's going to be their NAM replacement. I just don't love it. I have not seen anything to suggest so. RGM is probably one of the better overall mesoscale models we have in terms of beyond the short range. And the high-res RGM can do really well with some of the the day of the banding, but it's a 2.5 kilometer model, so it's not 10K. This will smooth out some things to help a little bit more. But let's freaking take a look. Why not? I wanna be See how far it is. Oh yeah, it's very far out. Very far out. Oh yeah, that's a huge difference. That's a huge difference from OZ. Look at that. The axis is a little different, but man. See it more amplified. This guy's sliding under. You got to be careful. Just got to be careful how far out we are with this model. Just don't love doing this far out. But that 700 band is ridiculous. How those dynamics just sit there too. Just rots out. And there's your P-type map. But you notice, New York City, by the time if you do sleet, you did it. Job accomplished. Job accomplished in New York City. You did it. Congrats. You don't have to worry about complete bust. Just because you're not getting 10 inches of snow doesn't mean it's a bust if you're in New York City. If you get 3 to 5 inches in New York City, it's also not a bust in my opinion. You're going to have to get under 2 to 3 inches in New York City for this to be, an underwhelmer. Let's see what it's doing on QPF first before we go to Kachera. And yeah, it's the 10 to 1 is just, and this is something though where this is the benefit of the mesoscale model. So we have these globals here, even the Euro, which is a higher res model, this can pick up on this stuff better. Some of these specific spots of enhanced QPF, this is what its job is to be. But more so as we get closer. Not really in this range. Not really when it's hour 31 and still snowing with the system, unless it's like a super long range event. But very difficult. It's very difficult for the model to do that well. When it's just not designed to, even though others will not realize that. But you can obviously see the difference. What do you want to bet tomorrow morning? Everybody's going to be going, oh my God, look at all the model changes. And it's just, if you just forecast for the event, if you forecast for the end result and you don't get stuck on the models so far out, you'll be such a better forecaster. Such a better forecaster. Not pointing anybody out, I'm just saying in general. Your capability as a forecaster go way up when you eliminate the possibility of any model that you're seeing to be accurate. Oh, you're not sleeting. You're not saying Long Island does not need to worry on a run like this. Long Island gets dumped on this run. I would not freaking worry. I would not. We can pick up the soundings too, and I would show it to you. Long Island on this is guys, this is P-type map noise right here. This, no. This, yes, this right here is P-type map noise. You as well, Kevin. My snow map will be, for those that missed it earlier, my snow map will be put out around late morning, lunchtime tomorrow. Expect it. My final snow map. We put out our first map, our threat map, and then we got our specific total map we'll put out. But again, keep in mind the general idea of what I put my thoughts out here tonight. That is what I want your takeaway to be. Not go to the map and then look at your hometown and be like, oh, he doesn't put me here. And so this will accumulate some sleet here. So you got to be careful when you look at this, but it's obviously a banger. I love how precip lingers on Long Island, and this is what we're talking about. It's just going to rot out. So your heaviest stuff is done, but you're going to get light to moderate bands after it's over. And this is the end then of the whatchamacallit. The cutoff, the sharp cutoff. It's the end of the sharp cutoff at that point. Sorry, guys, it's 2:30. Give me a break. Actually, don't give me. Push me. Press me. We gotta bring out the best, no matter the time of day. And you know why? Because look at 700. High ratio snow at this point too. You're just rotting out at 700. You get the ridiculously strong. The closer we get here. Now again, this is 18 to 30 hours out with the HRRR. You gotta take it with a grain of salt here, guys. I've seen this show time and time again. But if we combine with everything else, we can use the globals as well. You're gonna get. There's probably gonna be some 2 to 4 inch per hour rates tomorrow night, in that band. And then the pivot point axis, that's who gets the most. And so it ends up being somebody along this line here. Somebody in here it ends up being, probably. Not that in here does not get walloped. You got to understand my point. But the problem is, you'd be like, Brady, why you keep hinting at this area not doing as well as this area when none of the snow maps show that? Well, some of them do, but not all of them. It's because you have to understand how the atmosphere will actually produce come the time of the event. You don't just see a 300-mile wide frontogenesis band. That's just not how the atmosphere works. And this is a large band, too, an area band it will be. This will be a pretty large band, even though the cutoff will be sharp. It will get pressed on. Right there. That's it. Heavy snow band. Moderate heavy snow band going on right there at that point. And maybe the edge of it gets pressed on a little much. Maybe the edge gets extra pressed on. And that will only confine the dynamics. But a lot of people in Mass, Connecticut, Rhode Island might be surprisingly happy with this in terms of snowfall totals. Just think about it. You're still going to get 850 here overnight. 850 I think is going to come in clutch. For potentially for New York City, we're going to be talking these areas here. And then there's within that some subsidence, but Niffin, NFL fan, or weather fan 7. You can't decide. Come on, pick one. No, I'm both an NFL and a weather fan as well. So, I mean, I like almost all sports, to be honest. But I mean, when I was really young, I played a bunch of sports, so uh, I enjoy I enjoyed major sports as much as all the rest of the hardcore. Probably more, honestly. I'm pretty sicko about my like both. Yeah, I'm pretty sicko about my fan bases as well. But man, it's going to be juicy, guys. This is going to be juicy, and you don't need an HRR to tell you that either. You can go to any other mesoscale model. In fact, the HRR is probably further north than the NAM, to be honest, regardless if the P-type map shows it. It may not, but you can go to Canadian, same thing. It just breaks up the 700 a little bit more. It honestly does. And it's really just a matter of, too, as well as how consolidated are we going to be? How consolidated will these dynamics be and hold on to? And that will make a difference, too, for some of these areas back into here. You from around the Northeast? NFL fan or weather fan? 7. My bad. Yeah. High-res Reggie too. Let's pull in here. Let's have some fun. No, you're more west. Where are you from there? The Midwest? Or are you in the Northeast, just farther west in the Northeast? Or are you out west, literally? I call it here. Hoping Long Island turns out with at least 5. And then thanks for very much. Of course, Joe Weather. Hope you have a good one too. I still appreciate your donations from the past couple nights, so I don't take it for granted. And thank you for being a member as well. One of the multiple members that we have here. Alaska. Man, you gotta stay subscribed to me, man. I gotta know what's going on in Alaska up there. You have gotta stay subscribed to me, my man, or subscribe to me, and come in and tune into more videos. I gotta know what's going on up by you. You said more west like it was in the. You said more west like it was Ohio. That's how I made it sound like. Yeah, and we can look at the sounding in a second, Ashan. We can try. I was like, damn, Alaska, damn. But yeah, that's impressive. You gotta tune in more, man. I gotta, or if this might be your first time, so. But I hope you tune in more because I like knowing what's happened in other places of the world. Although it hasn't been, I'm not sure it's been the best winter in Alaska so far. But I guess it depends on where. Southern versus northern part of Alaska, and the terrain makes a big difference, I'm sure. But you got the most exciting weather spot out of anybody here in the chat, so congratulations to you. Unless you're lying to me. You subscribed a bit ago. That's fantastic. Thank you for as well. I will do. It's been fairly dry up here, which is a bummer to the people who like skiing or other weather activities. Yeah, we've been at Alaska Ridge, so I'm sorry. I enjoy it for us here, but I'm sorry that you have to go through the drier stuff out there. So. It's peace. Namaste still. Let's have peace here between us two here. even though we hope for different patterns always. But I'm glad you enjoy some of the content, though. Thanks for hopping in. Let me find the soundings. What do you want, Ashan? You want a New York City one? I'm guessing. Can you do a sounding on Weather Bell from the HRRR? That's what we're going to do here. We can take there we go. We'll go JFK. Let's see if you ever actually cross the line. You do. Minor warm nose. It's literally almost at the surface, though. That's dynamic cooling. I'm sorry, you're not worrying about mixing on that. If you're heavily snowing, you're not worrying about that. If that's your warm nose, look at it. You're cold all the way from 700. Yeah, I would not be worried about that. I would not be worried. LaGuardia. You want LaGuardia? Okay. Go there too. All snow. Sorry. You tilt under. Listen. You're not. If you're not precipitating, then you're not snowing anyways that much. And then you're just light sleet. And we talked about this. Damage is going to be done, and at that point, if you're not, anyways. But my God, is the lift impressive? Look at that. This is dang near like -4, -5. Look at the lift here. And the Dungeon Pro zone. Well saturated. There's dumping snow. And I think the soundings are kind of messed up. Something with this line here. Hello. How are you all? I am fantastic. Aphrodink, I think is how you say it. We usually get feet of snow. The last few years have been super wet and constant big snowstorms. At our despair, unfortunately, NFL fan or weather fan. Here it's been so dry. Oh, where are you from before? One big snowstorm. We've got one big snowstorm, 1 foot. The mountains near Anchorage, super. Have no snow. Get some tomorrow, but not a lot. Well, I'll have to look at Alaska at some point, but at the moment we got snowstorm to track here, so we can't. Just dumping snow, New York City here. Oh, it's a freight in CT. Okay, I did not put that together. I live in Connecticut. Well, the good news is I don't care where you are in Connecticut for this system. You're in a good spot here to get pretty good snow. Just tuning in. Who just tunes in at 2:45 in the morning? That's my biggest question. But I appreciate it, Adam. What are you thinking about Brooklyn, New York? I'm torn between like 3 to 6 and 4 to 8 ish, with an 8 to 12 ceiling for Brooklyn. I think Brooklyn's in a good spot, especially being on the east. Being in an East Borough. I think Brooklyn's in a good spot here. It's literally going to be a borough by borough basis here. Shout out the Bengals. And Joe Cool. I like Joe Burrow personally, but some can have their takes all they want. See, I can pull up Long Island MacArthur Airport as well. Just a little to the east, and then boom. Dump, dump, dump. And he snowed away, waddle, waddle. A little west of Hartford and Plainville. Yeah, I'm familiar with the area. Yeah, you're gonna do fine. I think. You know, 5 to 9, 6 to 12. I know models in Alaska. Colorado, of course, is when I leave. They got 70-degree weather on Christmas. In between Waterbury and Hartford. Yeah. Yeah, you're in a great spot. You're like, it's hard. Some of the best totals may be just to your north, in terms of like the jackpots, potentially, or you could be right in it as well. But at a minimum, you're still going to get a prolonged period of heavy snow with this. And I think you're in a very good spot. So, I think at least think 5 to 10 inches of snow for you. I want to say 6 to 12, but being a little conservative. Good Lord. Long Island dumpage there. This is -1 right here. Oh, this is -1, so. -1, -2. You love snow. I love snow too. Fire danger is high in the mountains around Anchorage. West or southwest Alaska is getting dumped with snow. I didn't know the fire risk was so strong in Alaska. I mean, I'm literally unfamiliar. I mean, I have family that's been before, but I've never been to Alaska. Like, immediate family, but I've never I've never been before, so I couldn't tell you much other than poor stereotypes. Let's take a look at Albany. Oof. Look at Albany, just thump, thump, thump. That is Albany's going to be in a good spot too here. Capital District, I think, is going to be in a great spot as well for my people up there. I think you're going to be in a great spot. It's just, I still like this idea. I really do. I really do still like this idea. I'm more confident in this tonight than I was last night. Weird thing to think about is how there can be fire danger with all that snow. It's because it's so windy on the passes. There's no snow. I'm supposed to get 2 to 5 inches with the storm coming in from southwest Alaska tonight. Oh yeah, I mean, we do have good amplification in the Pacific right now, so it's not surprising, especially if I'm assuming you said you're in southern Alaska, or Alaska's massive. So, but in terms of where you could categorize yourself geographically in Alaska. But I mean, we have pretty good amplification in the Pacific right now. But I think we are going to be getting another block coming in soon into Alaska. Unfortunately, for you, it just seems like it's the kind of the story here. Unfortunately, at least into January. February could be different. You know what? We stayed up long enough here on the stream, unfortunately, that we can actually check in on the NAM here. -7 degrees here. Well, you're plenty cold enough at least, right? That's the good news. You must have elevation then, right? Or at least some. Or am I wrong? Hmm. No way this goes further north again, does it? Does it? The axis is going to be a little different here. Does it? No, I don't think so. Well, but I think it might be more confined. Yeah, near sea level, but 30 minutes from the ocean. That's interesting. The Alaska topography has got to be so interesting, man. So interesting. Oh man, people might lose their minds over this NAM run. -7. If I was -7 right now, we'd not be worrying about snow. So what will you be? What will your temperature be by the time you snow there? I gotta ask then. It's got to be a cold snow then, or are you gonna rise a lot when that southerly wind comes? Yeah. So this won't be quite as far north, I think. I could be wrong. Maybe. I think it's going to be more amplified, though, is the thing, this NAM run. I think it's going to be more amplified. And so maybe the precip shield isn't as far north, but maybe the best dynamics are. So look at 700 compared to last run. You guys see how much more organized that is? So this NAM run is going to be juicy. It's going to be pretty. It's going to be pretty bonkers. There's going to be some people waking up to this tomorrow going, oof. According to the GFS, we were supposed to get snow on January 3rd, 7th. Snow showers, so a few more snow chances, but still, Alaska's hard to forecast. I can't imagine. I think I heard, or temps being so low, that if temps are being so low that it can't snow, in theory, yes. Technically, well, realistically, yes. In theory, no. It can get very, very cold and still snow. It's just there are some physics that you really have to maximize that just aren't realistic. Like imagine like some of the long range runs that you see happen and it's not technically realistic, but in theory, you can get very, very cold and still snow. But relative here in the Northeast, unless you're like Mount Washington, that's elevation related though. Oh man. Oh man, oh man. Yeah, this thing is gonna be. The overall orientation isn't so far north. The overall setup, it's just the dynamics are the best dynamics are with this are. This is gonna be, yeah. This is gonna be because the confluence, you can see it in the corner edge there. It's pressing on a little bit, but this is gonna be. Where do you hail from? I'm not sure what. Are you asking where I'm from or where do you hail from? Some of the wording is not making sense on some of your stuff. Name is accurate to what I said on totals for tomorrow. For you, for Alaska, I'll probably drop my neighbor. Said it might be windy and cold. I'm not sure what that means either. Jesus, man, frickin'. You see the cold that pull. You see when you get. This is like a perfect example of not just dynamic cooling, but you see the dynamic. You see the cold, the extra cold pools that get pulled into. This is such fascinating for me to watch. These gradients that get pulled in. This is where the magic. It's where the magic happens right there. It's so cool to see, even though it's just a model run. What state am I in? Yeah, I'm in Mass, so I'm right next to you. Afraid in CT. Right next to you. How did you not know that? No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, I'm next state over, and not just I'm like the border of Central and Eastern Mass, so I consider myself Central Mass. I'm next town from Worcester. Temps will probably drop because of that storm system my neighbor said, and it could be windy and cold. So you're gonna get colder in snow, not warmer. That's impressive. Canada in the Arctic Circle is taking our snow and bringing it to Oliveville. Yeah, so here's zoom out. This is just really it. You could see it back in November. The way the snow was. So we have the Arctic on our side. We have the polar vortex on our side. And so what this allows us, we just have a constant tap. The cold air, and that's what consistently allows us to perform well in terms of the overall scheme of the winter, so far at least, in terms of opportunities. Just have a consistent cold air on tap. So the northern part of the country, in line with some of the La Nina ideas, where our sea surface temperatures are at, based on the progression of Siberian snowfall, all these other factors. Favorable MJO phases. Like you put all these together, and it's just worked out well so far for the northeast, for the northeast, mid-Atlantic, even close to the south into Virginia. With that, when we had the polar vortex disruption, if you remember, and then with the lobe back up further north, we still have the cold air on tap as the key, and it's more winter-like. We're not relying on a major polar vortex disruption. And that's the jet stream path right now. That's what it looks like. And there's been variations. And so instead of this one riding up, this one is just further north and riding out. And then kicking out. But we have such a prolific cold air in place that we can make up for it. This NAM run is going to be just based on this. This is going to be interesting to see here. Are there above average sea surface temperatures around us? No, not currently. I'm just saying the overall state in terms of looking around the globe. They're actually below average. We were just talking about that probably about an hour ago. Right here, slightly above average, but for the most part, all up and down here, this area is below average here, and like well below average. So an event where you got warm air advection pushing here really works out for Long Island and southern New England, or it just helps a little bit. But in general, we're still rather above average here, the Gulf, etc., all these places down here across the mid-Atlantic, meaning the middle part of the Atlantic, not the actual mid-Atlantic in our country. That's what's kind of playing a part. Why do when I pull up the NAM, look at the bar, see the HRRR. It's freaking, that's interesting. But boy, oh boy. I have not seen a run like that yet. This is not since the 060. This is going to be 060, maybe even more. But the access maybe slightly, I mean, wow. There's some people going to lose their minds over these NAM runs. If the NAM does win this event, and that's all relative because all models are wrong. You have to remember that all models are going to be wrong; they're not right. But if the NAM does the best with this event, in terms of the specific mesoscale features, I'm gonna go to bed soon. I think. Yeah, you're in Alaska, so you think about what time it is here right now. But I happily do this. Happily, you got one life. Enjoy it. Enjoy tracking. I enjoy the tracking period. So I enjoy staying up late and getting limited sleep and enjoying this. Knowing I can sleep in after. It's 11:05. Getting tired. That's only 4 hours. I thought it'd be more like 5. Oh, I guess Hawaii is 6, right? Or is it 5? It's kind of funny. They go that the clock goes all the way back in Hawaii, and it goes back more, even though it's closer to Japan and Asia, and yet then we go forward 12 hours in those places. Right? Yes, it is 3. I'm in the same place, afraid in CT. I do know. Yes, I do know what time it is. It is very late for anybody, but I'm enjoying it. Kidding me? Watching the NAM bangers layout? Are you kidding me? It's 10 p.m. in Hawaii, so yes, it's 5 hours. Okay. You go there often? I mean, how far of a flight is that from you there? Oh my God, the NAM. Never change, NAM. It's funny. I make fun of this a little bit, and yet watch this end up being right. In all serious though, what have we talked about, guys? These events, it goes to the northern fringe. Now, it's likely over amplifying the extent of it. It likely is. But the general idea of, yes, the best dynamics, they float to the northern edge. They float to the northern edge, and then you get this area of very heavy snowfall confined in between, with a sharp cutoff of non-heavy snowfall, and then a sharp cutoff of no snowfall to accumulating snowfall. Now, is this going to be my explicit fear? No. This is a leap of faith here from the NAM. I've seen this time and time again in this exact time frame. It's a 6-hour flight still. Okay. Probably you don't have to get a connector though. I'm like here. That is a dream destination for me though. I do want to go to Hawaii someday. We showed the European earlier. European is close to kind of in line with my thoughts as well. And here's the 10-to-1 map too. So you can see the QPF, and this is something though that the fact that mesoscale models are more bullish on the QPF, regardless of the fact that yes, they're out of their range a little bit. Now NAM 12K, not as much, but the NAM 3K in HRRR showing the amount of QPF they are. There's probably something to it, and I've said lean good on the QPF from the start. But we have a whole area here of a half inch to an inch of QPF. And that's pretty close to my thoughts. I think a half inch, just under an inch of QPF. I want to go to Hawaii when it's cold here. 1 more year, I think we can. I like the culture, the beaches, getting a chance maybe to see snow on the mountaintops way in the distance. The volcano. It's just the whole. I'm not gonna lie. As touristy and stereotypical as will sound, I really enjoyed Hawaii 5.0. So, in the new version, yeah. Sorry, I'm sure the old version is really good too, but. I just still can't get over the NAM doing unthinkable things. So that's pretty freaking impressive, guys. What does max out at? 17 inches over upstate New York. Now that part I believe in. It being like this, sorry, I don't know about that. But I do know is it's going to be such a close call in these areas, man. Such a close call. I'm sure all those people making those maps right now, you don't rely on this. Rely on what the data shows, what the observations show. All those people that had like those right here, showing this is where the heaviest snowfall is going to be. I'm just stuck on those models from like a couple days ago. And also ignoring what's the best model in the Euro AI, I'm sure as well. The Euro AI has never been so south with this event. It really hasn't the whole time. I hate to use south and north, but just for sake of things. But you got this, and then you got, and you can go with that, with this, so you can go with that. You got that. NAM 3K follows heavily. Jeez. Man. It's almost likely overdoing it a little bit, but what a story this would be if the NAM were to pull out a victory here. Now, no model, you guys know I don't like doing this, but No model is ever perfect, but you get the general sense of some models can be closer to the end result than others, and that's reality. The blanket that I got for Christmas, so warm, I'm getting hot under it. It's a lot of information for me, and I'm not sure we all need to know. uh, but I hope you are enjoying your blanket. The delay is crazy from the west to the east. When I chat, it takes 1 minute or more until you see it lol. I think it's just the stream server. Also, sometimes I'm looking at something and I'm not reading the chat constantly, especially when I'm breaking down stuff. I want to take sounding so bad, but I don't want to crash my screen. I wonder if we can on Pivotal. It's not as good as Tidbits, but oh my god, the ratios. 17 degrees. Are you kidding me? Got the lift too in the Dendritic Gross Home. I mean, am I underdoing the ratios? I mean, the thing is though. I mean, yeah, it's gonna be a deep layer dendritic Gross Home. Well, we got that working for us. This is a heck of a snow sounding, guys. I pulled this from like near Eastern Mass. I pulled that here. That's almost literally actually my house I pulled that from, but yeah, that's impressive. I use tropical tidbits. Yeah, I mean, I like tidbits better for soundings. I mean, I pay for Weatherbell, so and I like it actually better. I don't love how slow it's been lately, but um, and I go to COD more for satellite than models, but 17 degrees, yes, it is it's very cold here, but I just you know getting heavy snow and snowing this cold, moderate to heavy snow and snowing that cold is another thing too. These are impressive. And I'm thinking about the totals in my map. What I might do. This is. I mean, I knew we'd be cold and snowing, but see the difference here. 22 still though. Oh my god, look at the lift in the Denver growth zone. Look at that. It's fantastic. Just dumping snow in Connecticut right there. Dumping. Go. Yeah. Dumping there too. Yep. There too. Let's go to another one. Just picking them off here at this point. And this is why I think Southern Vermont, Catskills, Berkshires, upstate New York, Northwest Connecticut, one of those places could be a bet for 12 to 18 inches of snow. Talk, Alaska is minus 32 degrees. So when we look at soundings here, it's really not that complicated, I promise. When we look at soundings, it's still not as good as the one I wanted to pull. We'll go back to further southwest. There we go. This is your lift. So remember we were looking at 700 millibars earlier, if you were there. So this is your lift, right? We're looking at, this is your frontogenesis happening right here. This is your lift, your air parcel lifting, right, up in the atmosphere to help create, those are your dynamics. That's, that's your juice. That's your dynamicness to the storm, basically. I'm trying to figure out how best to describe it for you guys. And then here's your moisture. The green line is your moisture. The red line is your dew point. Typically you look at, this is your minus 20. So you go to find the dendritic growth zone, you go from about minus 20 to minus 10. The core of it is from minus 12 to minus 18. You go from here, and you go to your minus 10 line, which is around right here. But if you notice, look how close it hovers around, all the way down. So it wouldn't take that much for it to go even further down. So it could be a deep, and even more into the interior, it's going to be a deep dendritic growth zone. So the larger the dendritic growth zone is, as long as it's well saturated, which you can see we are, the better that is for better snowflake production. This is your snowflake production zone right here. This is where snowflakes are made, from the top of your dendritic growth zone down to the surface. You need to be well saturated, and you want to see good lift. We have that. Notice that. Probably about -1, -2 omega, maybe more. I'm not. The pivotal format still messes with me. And since I didn't go to med school, I don't know all the standard basics as other people do. But you can see we're well saturated all the way down to the surface. So we need to be well saturated from the top of our snowflake production zone, where snowflakes are made, all the way down to the surface. And then ideally, the colder and here's your 0-degree line. If you cross this line at any point before the very bottom of the surface, you're not going to snow. You're just not going to snow. It's impossible. The snowflake melts and then has to refreeze. Now, if you're really close, then you can dynamic cooling, or maybe you're a lot of snow with a little bit of sleet. Some snowflakes, melt. A couple snowflakes melt and then, get brought down to the surface. It's not like all snowflakes do the exact same thing. Every snowflake is different, so it's not perfect. Unless it's December 2020, then it is perfect. But I go back to that one a lot. It's just that one was just so impressive. But you can't cross this line. You got to stay all the way below. Now, if you get close and you go over, but it's minor, if you're heavy rates, the cold air that gets, you can see how cold it is above. This cold air gets brought down, and it allows this line to retract a little bit. And that's what we see a lot of times. So that's why I think dynamic cooling is something to watch for some of those areas towards New York City. But it also helps when you're super well saturated. Look how well saturated we are. Into the upper levels as well. Also helps. So there's a lot of things here when looking at the soundings for when the heavy snow does happen. It's going to rip 1 to 3, 2 to 4 inches an hour in that band. I'm telling you right now. And our lifespan here is shrinking, so drop to 1 degree, -6 now. So nice. So hopefully, Afraid and CT, that explanation helps. That's usually the stuff that people don't know most of the time, understandably, is the skew T-plots. But it really helps you to forecast snow ratios better. It gets you a better idea of what some of the models are actually showing. Helps you tear apart those precipitation depiction maps that are useless, in my opinion, for properly forecasting snow. Excuse me, really anything. So that gives you some perspective there. Thank you. I tried my best. And now this might be. That is impressive. Some ridiculous lift there. Assuming not contaminated, but we can take a look here. You see the warm nose go over here. This would be sleet. Since it goes over. Now, if you're really heavy rates, then this might be more snow/sleet here, because it's really minor, you notice. Expected low -10 or -11. I haven't gotten that cold in a while. We were so cold for much of the year last winter, but we really never got ridiculously cold. Like an extreme Arctic outbreak. I think I'm gonna go. I think I'm gonna go an 8 to 14 tomorrow. It's definitely gonna be more lunchtime too. I got to get some sleep eventually too, so I got to sleep in a little bit, not too much. I can't, but um, when will you be live again? I'm probably gonna have the next 10 or 15, 20 minutes from now. Yeah, I will not be live 20 minutes from now, but so but I remember a -7 day. Yeah, I mean we got cold, but I mean I mean like one of those like historic Arctic outbreaks that we get like every couple years. Um, we didn't. I don't know if we got that last year, but it's hard. I go live when the storms are there, or early stages of tracking. Sometimes I might just do videos, but I'll try to go live again tomorrow. I think we can. After we put the snow map out, I think we can. Yeah, I think we can go live probably tomorrow afternoon. So for you, that might be tomorrow morning. Tomorrow, probably maybe tomorrow evening. You as well, Afraid in CT. So that's kind of how it works. Because I'm going to be making a snow map. We'll go wake up, breakfast, and then analyze, snow map, and then maybe let it marinate, and then we'll go again my snow map community tab. Go to the posts. Yeah, put on the notifications if you want to know. That will help the best. Oh yeah, no pressure. You can also you can rewatch it as well if you are very curious. I know the live and experience in internet is much better than the rewatch, but you can also pick and choose what parts you want to watch after. So, but yeah, these were to say these were impressive would be an understatement of the model runs that came in tonight. That would be an understatement. Especially the soundings we were pulling here. They were very, very impressive. And I'm sure people are going to lose their minds on this over tomorrow in New York City. But I would stay confident until it doesn't. Don't jump ship yet in New York City just because of the NAMs. Don't do it. But we have said it. It's going to be a close call. It's going to be a close call here. But you're going to get accumulating snow regardless. If New York City ends up with nothing, you won't hear from me again. No, I'm just kidding. But it will be I would be frustrated that I missed out on that. Sure. All right, let's call it there. I appreciate everybody for tuning in. This was a long stream, guys. This was like a 4-hour stream, so maybe one of the longest I've ever done before. Probably top 3 longest. So I appreciate everybody tuning in. I hope you all get the snow. Again, community tab, go to posts right here. This is where you're going to find it. Go to my profile here. Sleet in Michigan. That's not surprising. Yeah, the warm nose gets so high up. Or up to 937 now. That's cool. We added 7 subscribers this stream, guys. That's awesome. Go to right here, guys. You as well. Go to right here, and this is where you find it. This is where you'll find my snow map tomorrow. If you want to be curious, it won't be perfect, but it will just basically be my thoughts I summarized tonight put into something more visible for you guys to see. That's all. But my thoughts are not changing. So, without further ado, this is basically the end of Christmas now for everybody in the U.S. except Alaska and Hawaii. So, you enjoy your last bit of Christmas there, and until tomorrow, today, whatever. Have a good one. Peace.